Okay, welcome everyone. Tonight is Monday, December 12th, 2022, about 5 after 6, and this is the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. I have with me my fellow board members. To my left, Sarah Latham. To my right, Mark McIntyre and John Gregory. That's a quorum, and then some. So I move that we open the meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, everybody. Also joining us, our counsel, Alice Cooley, our recording secretary, Emma Edwards. Soon to join us is the Director of Planning, Alex Wallach, our videographer, and working with him, we have Sage Certain, videographer, and Tijay Anderson. So, a couple of announcements. Let's see. This will be our only meeting in December. Given the holidays, we canceled the second December meeting. Our first meeting after that in the new year is January. Somebody help me.
9th.
January 9th. Okay. And at that meeting, sitting in this seat will be the gentleman to my left, Mark McIntyre, who's recently been appointed chair. Over the summer, I had told the trustees that I believe, like the state does, that it's good for the village to rotate people through various positions and on the boards. In fact, the state recommends that people serve no more than 2 3-year terms. This is now I'm into my 7th year, so I welcome Mark to the chair. I will remain on the board. We do have an empty seat, so at some point that will be filled. So in any event, I think any other announcements that we need to make? Okay, we'll proceed, and we'll review the minutes, the written decisions, to the extent we have them, and then before we go on to the applications, we just want to make sure, since this might be a long evening, that we have everybody's affidavits and that everything was submitted on time so that we can hear the applications. Yes?
Because this is a long meeting, I'm not going to blather on, but I wanted for one just to thank Jeff for being such a good chairperson
go on.
and all his service both as a member and a colleague and then chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That goes without saying, right?
Thank you. Go on. Anyway, it's been a privilege and an honor, and like I said, I plan to continue serving on the board. So let's proceed. Thank you very much. And so the minutes from October 24th we held over. Has everybody now had a chance to read those? Okay.
Yes.
So I move that we accept those into the record. A second by Sarah. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So that's done. We're going to push the November 14th minutes. Emma, I'm not sure we received them. If not, I haven't read them. So, but regardless, we'll push those to the next meeting. We do have some written decisions. I know the first one, 43 Hill Street, the Southampton Theater. There was some concern in terms of the landmarking of that is a structure, the nature of which might have us looking at the interior.
No, I had some questions about the extent of the landmarking, so I thought we should discuss it and reopen the hearing to talk about the limitations of it.
Yeah.
And I think we can move that to the end if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that then. Okay, we will push that on the agenda. And a written decision, if available, for Robert Patrick Brooks, Revocable Trust at 101 Hill Street. Is that available?
Yep, this is just a certificate of appropriateness to construct a pergola, which the board found to be appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. We do have, let's see, this has the potential to be a long evening, so I want to address a couple of things. There's a single driveway application at the very end, and should you want to adjourn, that's fine. If you want to wait around for the 3 or 4 hours that we're going to be here, make yourself comfortable. I also want to ask Alice, do you have affidavits for all the new applications?
I do.
You do, okay. So I'm going to not ask you whether we have affidavits. I'm going to assume that's the case.
That's fine.
We do have one application that I was made aware of in which the information was sent late. We have a policy to deem those, we adhere as much as possible, and particularly, well, as much as possible, and in most cases, and that the submissions be done on time. I wouldn't, sometimes we bend a little bit if it's non-consequential, but I'm aware that in the case of the application of Gary Flanagan at 20 Hillcrest Avenue, the information wasn't submitted on time, and therefore the public, neither the board nor the public have had a reasonable amount of time to review it, and I'm going to strike that from the agenda, or move to strike it from the agenda. And if the applicant is here, I apologize, but we do have a stated policy, and so I apologize.
And that's not just for our benefit, it's for the public as well.
The
to
public,
review the
yes.
files, so.
So, do I have to make a motion to that extent, Alice?
You can adjourn it now if you want.
Okay. I move that we adjourn the application of Gary Flanagan at 20 Hillcrest Avenue, which was for demolition of dwelling and construction of a new two-story single-family, in that the application was incomplete at the time of required submission. Do I have a second on that?
Second?
Second by Sarah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Gary, I apologize, but that's what was stated. Okay, so the first application will be that of Walnut Street Partners at 54 Walnut Street for a demo evaluation.
Alice, did we vote on your written decision?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, the 101,
101 Hilda, I don't think we
Oh,
voted.
right.
I passed over that.
I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't vote on it.
I don't believe we voted.
Oh, I spoke to it, but I passed over it.
Yeah.
I gotta listen to myself sometimes.
I think I got high in this room.
Sarah, you wanna take that back,
What?
the compliment? Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Alice.
Oh, it was a certificate of appropriateness for a pergola, which the board found to be appropriate.
All right. Has everybody had a chance to read the written decision? It's
Yes.
pretty straightforward. So I move that we accept council's written decision for Robert Patrick Brooks Revocable Trust at 101 Hill Street for a pergola. Do I have a second on that? Second
Second.
by John. He beat you. Okay, all in
fast.
favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay. So now the demolition evaluation of Walnut Street Partners at 54 Walnut Street. Thank you. John, introduce yourself.
Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York, and another lawyer from my firm, Bailey Larkin, is with us this evening. And I represent the owner of 54 Walnut Street, Southampton. I was quite surprised to see Ms. Spanberg's report because as I think that any fair reading of the report that we submitted, prepared by Civic Visions on December 5th, will demonstrate that there simply is no reason that this house should be preserved. The whole crux of Ms. Spanberg's report is that Arthur Havens somehow, merely by being a builder in the area, is some sort of person of significance as it's keyed into the criteria in the village law. He was a builder. He was a real estate speculator. I actually kept on reading it, and I just kept on thinking, I guess what happens, real estate speculators and developers, are sort of frowned upon now. But I guess if you let them saute and simmer for about 100 years, somehow they become people of special interest or something like that. So I found it sort of.
There's a visual.
Excuse me.
There's a visual.
Yeah, I know. I found it
I'd
sort
like
of
to see
interesting.
that.
I mean, certainly there's nothing wrong with being a builder, or that's my family, my father, and I'm just going to say this because my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather were all builders in Southampton. If you told me that you couldn't pull down a house because my great-grandfather had built it, I'd sort of scratch my head and say, that makes no sense at all. It's sort of just a law, just not really getting the zeitgeist of what the village is in terms of, the fact that there were local people who were builders, and they were developers. They bought and sold real property, but they certainly weren't notable people from a design point of view. So it's a massive leap. But let's just assume for the purposes of argument that somehow Arthur Havens, and there's no disrespect meant to the Havens family, any more so that I would be disrespecting my own family and my own lineage and heritage, because it's the same business. My dad once looked at me and said, 4 generations of Bennett builders, now you a lawyer. I'm shaking my head in shame.
What a disgrace.
Where did I go wrong? But in any event, so again, there's no disrespect towards the profession, but it doesn't rise to design. As a matter of fact, as the Civic Reports points out, even some of the claims about some of the homes that he worked on they're not substantiated. But let's just assume for the purposes of argument that Arthur Havens is, let's just pick a name. Let's assume he's Grosvenor Atterbury, okay? Atterbury buys a house that he neither built nor designed, because there's no proof whatsoever that Arthur Havens built this home. As a matter of fact, if anything, it appears to have been built by a guy, Robert Wood, who was a carpenter and a prior owner. When Havens bought the property, it was 2 months before that, the house was already shown on the Sanborn map. So unless he had a really quick crew, he didn't build the house, which means he didn't design it. So he didn't build the house, he didn't design it, he didn't live there. So let's say Atterbury buys a house out here that he didn't design, that he didn't live, and he holds on to it, he rents it to people, and 2 years later he sells that. We'd be like, okay, so maybe he made a smart move from a real estate investment point of view and a rental income, but that has nothing to do with him. And that's exactly what happened here. That doesn't make the house significant. And we demonstrated this clearly in the report. And the report also documents the significant modifications that have been made to the residence since it was constructed. I'll just refer you to, from page 10 to 15, you'll see how the house grew. It's not a Queen Anne house. It was it's just a very mundane house that just grew like topsy over the years, with, as documented in the very extensive Steve Lemansky report, and not exactly the best type of construction. So as Civic Visions concludes, what began as a simple wood frame cottage is now a jumble of additions that have undermined the clarity of the original building, to the extent that the even building was of note. Because the original unadorned house has lost its integrity by the construction of large additions that increase the massing and footprint of the building, it can't be characterized as having any architectural style. It doesn't have any sort of style. So I just refer you to page 10 and 15. And then the Lemansky report that states there's really nothing preservable here. I just know it's really hard to be, I'm trying to be very respectful, but there are these illogical leaps in the Spanberg report. This was a boarding house. It wasn't a boarding house. Interestingly, we went and looked at, or Civic Visions went and looked at all the census data for the area. And if it was a boarding house, they put B next to it. There was boarding houses were, in the census, they were denominated as such. So the census data and all the surrounding evidence that was, this is really as much sleuthing as it is architectural and design critique. All the evidence shows that this was no doubt built as a single-family residence, then transited into perhaps a two-family, and then became what it is now, which is a four-family. But it was never a boarding house. It wasn't designed by Havens. It wasn't built by Havens. He owned it for 2 years. Not, again, demonstrably not a Queen Anne style home, not a boarding house. They were a family of builders and real estate brokers. They had a speculative relationship to the property. Again, even assuming that he was a designer whose work was significantly influenced the age, which doesn't make any sense at all. I'm really sorry. There's just absolutely no proof whatsoever. He was a local builder and real estate speculator. It was likely built by Robert Wood, who was a carpenter and the prior owner. If any house on Walnut were to be associated with Havens, it's where he lived. That's what the census data shows. which is his longtime home at 57 Walnut, just east of Bill Bates's home. I think it's owned by Gloria Nielsen right now. So there's simply nothing, if you apply the criteria, that would suggest that you would save this home, which is in a horrific state of disrepair in any event. But even if you take that and throw it off to the side, none of the criteria that you have in your code suggest that this is anything other than a nondescript house owned by a local real estate speculator, not significant or characteristic of any design, wasn't designed by him. And this is actually fascinating reading, believe it or not. It actually is. It's a really good job of, not only from a design critique point of view, but sleuthing out the actual facts, not speculation, not conclusory statements. So I give it to you for your, and if for any reason you want further explanation of this by Civic Visions, we're more than happy to bring them in. They're really the most credentialed, architectural historians and historians that it's been my pleasure to work with. They'd be more than happy to expand on anything or answer any further questions. I'll leave it to you for that.
Sarah?
In the year 2000, we had a survey of buildings done by a very good firm, GAI, from Pennsylvania, and the idea was to augment existing historic districts and make certain that those areas, in particular the general residential area around Main Street and some of the lesser known buildings, were cataloged and looked at as far as naming them as potential local districts and groups of buildings. And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 buildings on Wall Street that were included, and 4 of which were attributed to Havens. And it's interesting to me because to dismiss something like the Bates' house, for one,
I didn't dismiss it.
which shows up on the map as having been a Havens house.
Well, that's where he lived. I said, if any house is related to Havens in a meaningful way, it's the house to the west of Bill's house.
Well,
Yeah.
the Bates live in a Havens house too.
Okay, well, that may be.
And
well, it's
and then
choosing.
also behind that group of houses, Havens had his workshop basically.
Yeah, but not at this site.
I'm sorry.
John,
Not at
please
this
just
site.
let's-
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
This is not a debate session. Go
Okay.
ahead.
And
Fair enough.
it shows up on a map showing Havens' workshop back behind where the parking lot is now. And I've seen the map. And I think that we're not talking about Atterbury, but we're talking about a significant builder in the village of Southampton. And we're nibbling away at these. The one that was torn down and rebuilt by, I'm assuming, your client, it's nice. But it totally disregards the north-south orientation of the existing street. It spreads east-west, and it spreads in rather a large fashion. And I think that, I think Sally did her homework, and I also think that we're losing these right and left. The fabric of this village is being destroyed, and you've been very successful at winning these demolition battles, for want of a better expression. And I would hope that in the future, and maybe now, that we will respect these buildings, that they can be reused, the accretions can be removed, other additions can be added to them to make them more of a product of their time. But the idea that something should just be torn down because it's not a Wonder Man is rather repulsive to me. And I think that yes, there have been changes, and maybe this is not the one to fall on, but
Yeah.
we're losing these. We've already lost one of them that was on the other side of where Colette and Douglas live now. And it's just, you're taking these wooden elements that make this area rich, and you're converting them into something brand new and not particularly attractive. So
Yeah.
I looked at Sally's report. She may have been wrong about the idea of an early boarding house. I think that was relatively speculative. But they were multifamily houses, and they were lived in by not the grandees, but by the people who lived in this village. And the people that live in this village are in support of preservation. And I don't think we're doing a very good job at supporting their wishes. So thank you.
And that was loud and clear in the village long-term plan as well. That-
Yes, it's,
Yeah, I can't, from a policy point of view,
John,
Oh, okay,
let's go through the
okay.
board and just
Sorry
make
about
your
that.
notes and then we'll.
yeah, it's hard because there's some misstatements that have been made,
All
but.
right, well, I'm sure you're a good note taker. You'll come back to it. John?
I mean, looking at the additions that have been made over the years, I think some were unfortunate and really don't relate to the original structure of the building. However, I think the core of the building itself is worth consideration. And as Sarah said, there are so few examples left in the village of homes that were built during that time period. I think it would be a mistake just to tear this house down without consideration of potentially removing the parts of the home that just don't seem to relate to the original core of the house, and then using that as a base perhaps to build on or to modify in a way that would be appropriate for the new owner.
Mark?
I'm in agreement that if you look at this house, the original structure is still there. It's been added to badly, and there's some elements that no longer reflect the original intent of the house. But to Sarah's point, losing these structures is heartbreaking, and I don't know if this is necessarily the one to make a stand on, but I really hate to see this house disappear. And although we talk about the condition, we have raised and preserved houses in much worse condition than this that were perhaps more important to Southampton, maybe more reason to do it based on a historic person standpoint. But the expression of what it is right now, I think, would be really sad to lose it if we had the ability to save it. And I'm not sure we do because it's not in the historic district. But I would still urge us to figure out how to keep the original form of what this house was. It's important both in what it is and where it is in our village.
well, actually, it's being considered as a potential extension to a district. Right now,
That's true.
we got a New York State grant to go over what had been surveyed 20 years ago, and we've already lost, I think it's 800 buildings from the original survey, so
It's 800
that
wow.
was part of the idea.
Right. So the board has really a yay or nay decision to make on either granting a demolition or not. Whether it's in the historic district or not doesn't necessarily mean that it's beyond our purview to make that decision. And there's ample reason, some of the boxes that are necessary to preclude a demolition exists, as Sally has pointed out. The board could, if it chooses, to pursue a landmarking of this site. But at the same time, and I'm going to put this back, while we only have one of two choices to make, the applicant has perhaps multiple choices. So, John, to the extent that the applicant is open to the suggestions of the board to maintain, reuse, or otherwise make, as Sarah said, make it a product of its time and kind, might there be alternatives other than the wholesale demolition of this structure?
No, this is what you have to struggle with. I understand the sentiment,
Okay.
but this is not the one to fall on your sword on, because it doesn't have any of the attributes. You might feel about a certain way about preserving something. You might want that to happen, but you have to act within the constraints of the law, which means you have to check boxes, and they have to be based upon facts, not upon conclusions. And that's this report, with all due deference to your respect to your historic consultant, quite literally destroys all of the factual assumptions that have been made. So all I'm asking you to do is to make a determination based upon your standards. It doesn't possess special character or historic of aesthetic interest. It's just not there. It's a house that this gentleman Havens bought and then sold 2 years later, and it was used, never even used as a boarding house. It was used as a single-family residence and then a two-family house, and was rented out. It's simply, if you go through your code standards, it doesn't embody the distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style. It's remarkably mundane. There's nothing to it. Even when it was built, it wasn't Queen Anne style. You'll see these very credentialed people go through what is a Queen Anne style, and this is just, there's nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it at all. A designer whose work has significantly influenced an age, please.
We didn't claim.
Well, no, that's a gravamen of her report.
But go ahead.
He worked on Port of Missing Men. Okay, well, if you look at the AIA guide to Long Island, there are 2 houses in there that my family built, okay? But they're not mentioned. The architect is mentioned, the design professional, Slater they built that church house up in Rocky Point. Ed Slater was the architect. My dad and uncle built the house. They're not mentioned in it. They were the builders. So Havens was not a designer whose work significantly influenced an age. You may want to preserve it, but you can only preserve it. This house, which is not in the historic district, has made it through 3 separate updates of the historic review and not made a contributing structure. You may want to preserve it, but you can only preserve it if you can fit it into the law that you're dealing with. So again, my suggestion would be, from a policy point of view, I can't argue with you. That's a respectful, intellectually respectful policy, but this is not the building to fall on your sword on. That's all. So I would ask you again to read this, and I will think you will find out that most of Sally's factual statements are mere conclusions with no backing, and the facts in here demonstrate that things about it being a boarding house and having been designed and built by Havens are just not true. Just not true. So, and I don't know that study. Maybe they should have done their homework like this. I mean, you can't expect someone on a study like that to do the in-depth study that you would find in
Do you
this.
have Sally's report with the maps?
Excuse me?
Do you have Sally's report with the maps that show where the Havens properties?
Yeah, let's assume the Havens owns properties in the area. It's gonna sound self-referential, but it's not. If you took Hilder Street, I have a map in my office of Hilder Street in 1938, and my great-grandmother owned the east side of the street. If you told me that you couldn't take down one of those houses because a Bennett owned it, I'd think you were crazy. Excuse me. It's just this. She takes this pastiche of unrelated facts and suppositions and just creates this historic figure which just doesn't have any of the criteria that your code requires.
Well, it did appear, and I keep going back to the list that we've been working from, and it was by a renowned preservation group, and Sally had no hand in the assigning these Havens houses to these streets. So, and they were all around 1896, and certainly the woodwork on the porch and the massing, and yes, they're vernacular buildings. They don't have to be Shavian Queen Anne, but they're part and
She
parcel.
made the claim that it was.
But
It's
they-
not. She made the claim that Havens built it. It's not. She made the claim that it was a boarding house. It wasn't. She made the claims that Havens lived there. He didn't.
I thought you said he did for 2 years.
No, he owned it for 2 years. The census reports state that he never lived there. He lived across the street. His family was from Flanders. That's where they're all buried. And that's where he lived for a lot of the times. You have to read this because it literally factually takes apart the Spanberg report.
Right. So the while one can dissect the various reports, it doesn't, at least from my perspective, move me away from coming to the conclusion that this house does meet some of the boxes that are required for landmarking or otherwise preservation. Possessing, which is the board may designate an individual property as a landmark if it possesses special character or historic or aesthetic interest or value as part of the cultural, political, economic, or social history of the locality, region, state, or nation. Now, one can argue that there's a spectrum along which something is relatively insignificant or highly significant. But as a resident of the village walking from Main Street down your street and Walnut Street, you get a sense of what this village was at the turn of the last century,
Particularly
and maybe before. So I think on that basis, and again, we could parse both reports, and yours is very thorough, John. I'm not taking that to task at the moment. But I think there's value in what the board is saying about the historic and aesthetic value of this property, such that it gives some great concern to see it go without having some consideration by the applicant as to whether or not it can be, portions of it can be reused to at least maintain that aesthetic. And if you push this board to making a decision, yay or nay, I think it's going to be in the negative.
Well, that's why they make the people over in Supreme Court.
Right.
Absolutely no, you have
Don't you just
absolutely
love
no
threats?
factual
That's fine.
information, such an opinion on it.
And,
Nothing.
and if this
Nothing.
and if this board were afraid of Article 78s and suits, then we would bend over and you know, and
But the
fall on
the
that
mere
sword.
location of this house and the village core,
So,
it adds to the
I'm
significance
trying-
of the building itself.
It's one thing to say that there's a wonderful sense of place
Yes.
in that area,
Mhm.
and that's what's tugging you,
Yeah.
okay? But the law doesn't say that. It says you have to be site-specific. Absolutely.
Mhm.
And all I would ask you to do is adjourn this matter, take a look at this,
Okay.
and if somebody comes back and can tell me that this report doesn't absolutely destroy every factual conclusory assumption in your historic consultant's report, then I'm a monkey's uncle, because I don't understand this at all.
You're
This-
you're
know,
hardly that, and
But that's what you have to base your decision on.
Right.
So all I'm asking you to do is follow the rule of law. And from a policy point of view, I know what you're talking about. Walk down those streets, very pleasant. They've been nicely preserved, some of the houses and everything, but that's not the criteria.
Right. And I will ask of you and the applicant to
Right.
consider the board's reservations and to see if, in fact, as Sarah suggested, is there a possible design that allows you to do what other people have done, including some of the people you've worked with, to preserve aspects of this house such that we're not doing a wholesale demolition. So you think about it on your end.
You think about it,
Well,
I'll think about it.
okay, sounds good.
like a fair
There's some thinking.
holiday
All right,
compromise. For
sounds good.
Okay.
So let me ask if there's I'm sorry,
No, no,
Sarah?
no,
No,
no
I
public
was going to
comment.
also say that, looking at this,
Oh,
this list, which is available in the buildings department, there are, they talk about 3 buildings on Oak Street, which, as you know, is very historic, and one of them is a Havens House on Oak Street, too. So it's all part of a contiguous area that will be an historic district.
It was a haven, he owned it, even by the admission of your own expert, he owned it for 2 years.
Okay.
Didn't design it, didn't live there, sold it for 2 years. It just doesn't rise to that standard at all. This doesn't, but we'll think.
Okay, Alice, you were going to say something?
We don't take public comment on these demolition
Okay.
evaluations.
So, with that being said by council, thank you. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting, which will be January 9th. Do I have a second on that?
I'd ask you all, before we vote, but I'd ask you all to take a look at it and read it.
Yeah,
I have
we,
read
we have read it.
We've read it. I've even highlighted
It's,
sections.
yeah, it's a good piece.
Very, very considerate.
I'll second that.
All right, John seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. All right, let me get things in order, folks, and then we will continue. Okay. Also, I think this was the book that you might have been looking for. Okay, so now, hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Was that? Yeah.
If they're not going to get ready to revoke this, repost.
Yeah, okay, great. So, so this is adjourned. Okay, so, let's see, the next application is 1 Hampton Road, for exterior alteration and repair.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes,
I just want to let the board know we received a letter today from the applicant that appears to withdraw this application.
I would imagine that would be the case, in as much as the, tenant is,
Yeah, it's
Exiting.
been on there almost a year.
yeah.
and we-
So,
they need
anyway,
to come back in
so
front of us now.
there's, do we have to move to accept the applicant's,
No, they have the right to withdraw their
Okay,
application.
so that's withdrawn?
But,
Okay.
but,
And
but,
if they're going to continue with their due diligence to be included, and I think they're going to reapply at a future date based on who the new tenant is.
Well, there is a question, Alex, that I'd ask the building department to take a look at, that as this is in the historic district and it's a significant building, if that facade is in disrepair, then the owner of the property is, in fact, I think it even extends to the tenant, but surely the owner of the property is responsible for maintaining it. And not only is that a matter of aesthetics, but if there's a
Public
risk,
safety.
a risk of
Public
safety,
safety.
safety risk, then I think the building department should take a look at it. Okay, so that's just a recommendation,
it would be a preservation order,
okay?
I believe.
6510, Alex.
Thank you, Alice. Okay, so let's move on. Jill and Richard Blanchard, 55 First Neck Lane to,
And I'll note on this one, we received a late request for an adjournment, I believe to the second meeting in January.
January 23rd.
okay.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn
Wait,
to,
how many adjournments are we accepting? I show this as adjourned.
well, it's been adjourned multiple,
7:25, 9:12, 10:24, and today. This is the fourth adjournment.
yeah,
At some point, should be reposted and renoticed.
Sounds reasonable to me.
What do you think?
yeah,
Didn't we agree that after 3 meetings?
we did. That was more for no-shows, but I guess maybe the same thing applies.
Yeah, I mean, if we've been
Yeah.
adjourning this since July the 25th,
And there's ample time for them to repost and renotice.
Sure.
Okay, so that I would move that we strike from the record Jill and Richard Blanchard, 55 First Neck Lane.
Well, no, we're not, we're just going to require that they repost and
Require,
renotice.
okay,
Yeah, so keep it on there and just, they'll need to be notified that in order to be heard on the 23rd, they need to do that.
okay. So then I move that we, 1, accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the 23rd, and 2, that requires a reposting and notification. So Matt, have a second on that, please?
second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Emma, you got that?
We'll let the applicant know.
Okay, great. I don't think that'll be a problem. Adjourned with reposting and notice. Okay. Okay, 765 Hill Street. I'm sorry? Oh, okay.
John Bennett for the applicant. Ryan Kessler is the architect. He's here. He's going to try to demonstrate to you how we made an attempt to make a connection between the pre-existing, what will be the pre-existing guest house and the new single-family residence. Ryan, you want to present to the board, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi there.
We've certainly taken your comments into consideration by separating the two buildings with a hedge and a gate. We've tried to accommodate all your needs along the way.
Okay, let's see, do you have your drawings that you can show to us? To Jay will help you out on that.
Again, while Ryan was looking, the concept is to try to make a connection between the houses. So
Okay, I just have you on the microphone, John, if you
the
could.
context is just to try to make a connection between the houses. So this was our attempt, but we're quite literally all ears if there's some other
Okay,
attempt that you want.
all right, much appreciated.
We have two separate gate possibilities. One is a low-lying picket fence gate. They're at the end of the photographs at the end of the package, and the other one is a arch gate, which may be more prominent to see. No, they're at the very end. There's photographs at the end of the submission. No, there's a there's a submission December 8th.
Yeah, it's the rendering that.
So that shows a rendering of a lower gate, but then I took some photographs.
Are we ready to comment, or?
But
Well, I
again,
don't know,
this
they
is-
haven't presented yet,
If
so.
the board has any ideas, we're not here to fight about it. We just
No,
want
no,
to
right.
construct a connection between.
So let's see if we can get the pictures up. 'Cause you're talking about these
Yeah.
renderings.
Sarah has the two of them.
Right,
One was a little bit more prominent, so as a passerby could see the fact that there is
To
a gated
Jay?
area, which would suggest that there are two connected pieces of it, and the other one was lower.
And that was my comment. I like the picket fence. I think the privet looks nice. I love the arched idea with the privet. But I think a gate that's different than the picket would make it seem more of an entrance than the picket, if you just look at it across the board, it looks like a barrier as opposed to.
Perfect.
So that's my only comment.
So the larger of the arch ones.
Or just something that, a different type of material or construction,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I like that because it's a passerby, it's more prominently shows a connection.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Do you want it?
Oh,
Sarah, you
okay.
want me to-
Alex, do you have them?
I can show you what I have on, what the applicant submitted.
There
I
were
don't-
some photos submitted on December 8th.
Yeah, there's a bunch of photos here.
Ryan drew it in elevation, the lower picket fence, but then I just submitted a copy of it, that was the inspiration, and then a copy of the arch gate.
If you look at the site plan, it should be on there.
Yeah, it's on the site plan.
Okay, great. And like John said, I believe this does address all your concerns.
While they're doing the photographs, I'm also concerned about the actual historic resource, and you had commissioned a very good analysis of the former shop by Joel Snodgrass, and he talks a lot about the materials, and I would feel better if you had specifications and actual drawings showing, rather than just saying, oh, we're going to keep this and keep that, actually call out what's being done and also the manner in which the new materials are attached to the building. I mean, just be a little bit more historic preservation friendly as far as what you're doing with the old building, because it's shown painted white and all chipper, but it's anything but. And in its existing condition.
Well, we'll replace any materials that are damaged in kind. and
Yes,
paint it,
but,
and we'll-
but generally when you have something, this is probably one of the best preserved, commercial buildings out here. I mean,
Not bad, yeah.
and so if you're going to take a shingle down and repair it, not just, oh yeah, we'll just do it. You have, I would feel better if you had specifications explaining what type of material, what type of cedar shingle, how it will be attached, will it be aluminum pins, just, you know, the whole mechanism.
Would you consider that, submitting that as a condition? This is our fourth meeting, and if you had said that, Sarah, at our first meeting, I would have said, what can I give you?
Well, I
Because
said-
we're trying to get the.
I realize that, but we've been concentrating on trying to make the back building better. And really, it's this building that is of, for me, the highest importance. And I actually did send such a thing to Alex 2 weeks ago, I think. I guess
No,
it,
I sure as hell wish you had sent it to me.
okay, all right, well, I will make sure that it goes out. But you've dealt with old buildings before.
I understand, but let me get to this again. I mean, you've done this before with paint samples, you made it a condition of the approval. I'm not trying to
Right.
fight you. I just also have a single-family residence that I wanna get under construction, and this is the fourth meeting.
I
And
think,
it's a little bit
I'm sorry.
unfair to the applicant,
Right.
that's all I'm saying. I'm not fighting you for
Well,
conceptually.
you did a very good job having it documented, and so you know what's necessary. And
Yes.
I'm realizing that it doesn't show up anywhere what's going to be done, rather than, oh, we'll
And
do what
all-
we're
yeah,
supposed to
and
do.
all I'm saying, Sarah, is given the fact that this is the fourth meeting, I'm not fighting with you to give you that sort of stuff, but I also have a single-family residence that I wanna get under construction. I think we've been very malleable as to the changes that you want to that. In the past, you have made that sort of additional information a condition to the, I'm just on bended knee asking if you
Right.
could do that.
so I think you're asking that they preserve certain things that the house, right? The
Yes.
existing.
And we
So
need,
I
and we need to know what and how.
Right, and I think
And they're joined together.
I think I recall that the written decision of 765 had a condition, at least in one of the partial demolitions, that the hardware be saved
Sure.
and salvaged, and I think that already exists.
But we just haven't seen it.
But if there's anything else in terms of that you want to add to a condition, that's fine.
Well, this isn't out of nowhere.
No, it's not out of nowhere. I'm just talking about,
Right, so,
casually I'm talking about.
right, so I think that we're conflating a couple of things, but not for bad reason. I think it's our responsibility to have Alex in the building department enforce that which is in the written decision for 765, which included preservation of materials.
It's already there.
And so let's.
And specification showing what's, how.
How it's being restored.
Otherwise,
Okay.
you don't have anything to hang your hat on.
Okay,
We
so,
actually have, in the notes, the applicant will make all efforts to preserve the hardware on the addition prior to its, any,
Right.
any demolition of the back, there's the back
Right.
it's getting. And either use the hardware on the property or donate the same to the Southampton Historic Museum.
right.
I mean, what we're trying to do.
That was part of the written decision, correct?
That's- Well, not only is it part of the written decision, but Ryan put it on his, on
Yeah.
his plans,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
Okay.
We literally put everything,
Okay,
we took it all into consideration with your previous decision.
right,
And we put all the notes that you guys had asked for
Okay.
on that decision is now on here, except for the part where we were
Okay.
moving the house.
But if there are any other conditions that you want, I would just, literally, I know it's not your problem, but it's a problem
yeah.
of an owner.
It's,
that's all.
it's on here, and I see that, thank you for pointing that out, Ryan. And we'll just have to make sure that the building department is informed of that. Alex, to the extent that you're the liaison with the building department, you've just been advised. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, and you can certainly highlight that on the plans
Yep.
that the inspectors
Yep.
will use to issue the permit.
Yeah, it's actually on
It's on
slide A, as an alpha 8.0, and in the upper right-hand corner on the notes. Okay? Okay, so now let's talk about fences, gates, and where are we on that?
I made my comment already.
Okay, Mark, did you? And then also, I want to make sure that we're okay on that, the house that's being constructed.
Yes, we can know that.
Okay.
Let's start with, I know it was my concern more than anybody else's, that what's the relationship of the two houses? So by actually defining the privet and setting the new house apart from the old house, you actually have set them apart. Which it doesn't really define, because this is supposed to be, isn't this a guest house to the new house? What is its purpose?
The zoning board of appeals has allowed it to continue as a guest house.
Right. So as a
Would you
guest
prefer
house,
to have a fence there
so as a
as opposed
guest
to-
house to the other house, you've blocked it off, but I don't know that I necessarily disagree with. but-
I don't mind that, it
I-
actually
I-
sets it apart.
It's,
Sets
well, I
the-
was
I
gonna
think
say,
it
actually, I
sets it
think
apart.
setting apart with the gate actually sets it proud and gives it a little more emphasis, to be
Which is
honest
that
with you, to
from?
the street. So,
The rounded one? The
if I were,
larger-
you know, for preference, I think the larger gate
Okay.
gives it a little more presence than the smaller gate. Would be my comment on that.
So it's a picket and a gate, or it's?
Well, it's a pick,
It's a privet, a
it's
picket,
a picket,
and a gate. Oh, it's like a rhyme. Anyway, sorry.
Right.
It started being musical.
The question is, and I guess are the materials identified in the plan as well for that's a wooden picket fence? And, yeah, I mean, that's,
So
you know,
that gate plus this picket
And name the color.
and the little gate here, is that what you're saying?
But
well, that's what I was
No,
suggesting.
I actually think that when you add the picket, the visual barrier that it provides actually
Yeah,
It enhances
enhances it and gives
Yeah.
more credibility to the historic structure that's in front of it, would
Yeah.
be my comment. And I think of the two gate options that work best with that, the taller gate with the round lattice center,
Yes.
it
And
sets
the
it
gate's
apart
green,
and
but it's white.
it defines the arch entry better.
Thank you.
So that it gives them both presence,
Okay.
that's my comment.
I think white, matching the picket.
and, okay, so now let's move on to the
Okay,
main
now let's go to the
house.
house.
The house.
Okay.
White?
Well,
Green.
white, right,
White.
white, right, the gate would be white as
It
well.
should be white.
White?
White?
Okay.
I like the green, you like the white,
Eh,
you make the rules.
we should probably ask this question, what is the color of the trim on the house?
What is the color of the trim? White.
White.
Yeah.
Okay,
Cedar shake or
make
white.
sure we're not fighting here, okay.
I thought that you had given the house quite the,
That's what I thought as well. I think
So,
the only,
yeah, I just wanna make sure we're not
That
missing
was my
anything.
recollection too.
yeah, the only issue was joining,
yeah,
or,
I thought that's where we were.
Okay, all right,
To my recollection, we changed the windows that were over the door. You redefined the door. I think
my
there
letter,
was,
I think.
I think there were two windows that were in the third-story attic windows that were made smaller, and I think those are all requests, and I think they were all done.
Where's my December?
Sarah, was anything else that we're missing?
I put it in my December 8th letter, all the changes. you know.
And I have the old one, like I said.
Yeah, I think we made every single change, because we both Ryan and I looked at the video.
all right, so how are we gonna specify on these plans, to the extent there are any plans for the fencing and
well, that's,
the gate?
Well, they're on the, Ryan drew them in the
Oh, okay.
elevations.
They're here.
The
So
only
we
thing
got-
you'd have to do is substitute the decision, we just have to substitute that rounded.
yeah, the large gate
White.
and white.
Okay. So I'll tell you what, Ryan,
You wanna sign that, the photo? I need the photo back now.
Alice, do we need to have Ryan initial that change?
Well, he can, this is going for written decision, so they,
Yeah, is that-
Oh, that's, I'm
so that
sorry.
they can,
Okay.
it can be pending
Thank you.
updated plan.
Okay, great. Okay,
You'll submit an updated plan of the gate?
Yes, you want the gate and
Yeah,
the rounded gate in there?
In
all that good
white,
stuff?
right.
and white, yeah,
Alex,
just
do
so we have
you-
everything in one
Do you have what
place.
you need? We're gonna ask if there are any public comments, but do you have what you need from the applicant to write up the written decision?
Well, the only other thing is the hardware on the gate needs to be appropriate for would be appropriate for the historic structure, too.
I
Oh, sorry, comment.
I need wording
covered all
on
bases.
what the condition is with regard to the drawings and specifications that we need more of on the existing commercial historic structure.
I lost you on that, sorry.
Okay, so Sarah asked for further drawings and specifications on the preserved commercial structure.
I don't think, I think we came to the conclusion that that's not necessary because one, it's in the original written decision, and two, it's noted on here that the applicant is going to preserve and reuse any hardware and fixtures.
The mechanisms I would like added if possible, but I'll tell you about that. I mean, how these things are applied.
What, the window sashes and that sort of thing?
Yeah,
No,
the
the
shelves,
process, the
yeah.
process by which it's restored.
Yeah,
Like a construction protocol, or?
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Just so you know, Ms. Sarah, my phone is open to you if you have anything in specific you want on there.
What do I write?
I don't, quite literally don't have any problem whatsoever if you give that, the desired protocol to Alice.
We've had some just really straightforward methodologies. We had one for the Sacred Hearts Church that was really straightforward, but very helpful for the board.
We just drafted onto that, this decision.
Okay.
So you just grafted onto this decision. I'm sure it's standard
Well,
historic preservation.
with the Sacred Hearts, it was just to photograph what was done so that as you were going on,
That's fine
you
as
were
well.
showing the damaged areas and what was going to be done.
That's fine
That
as
may
well.
be the
Oh,
quickest
so you
way to
you
do it.
photograph during the construction
Yeah,
process? Okay,
that's
because
fine
we
as
already
well.
have that they have to photograph the existing conditions.
Good, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So it's
anything
already
else,
covered,
Alice?
more or less, right?
No.
Okay, any public comment? Here, there?
Do you like the gate? You like the gate?
Did you ask me?
Is the gate okay?
Yeah, the gate's
in my
fine.
back.
As gates go.
Thank you.
The gate's in my backyard.
Okay, then I move that we submit to written decision the application of
Oh, wait,
765.
did you ask for public comment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, sorry.
The application of 765 Hill Street LLC to demolish a portion of the house and reconstruct a two-story residence. Second on that?
Second.
John, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Okay,
Okay.
I think I got it.
Okay. Next application, By the Hedge, 7 Gin Lane, single-family dwelling with an attached garage.
Good evening for the applicant, John David Rose, 596 Hampton Road. Jeffrey, I want to thank you for your years of service.
That's-
Done a
Thank you.
great
It's been
job.
a-
I'm glad to hear that you're staying on.
Great.
So am
Thank you.
I.
Thank you. So you may recall that last time we spoke of this case, your board asked that in addition to the shroud, we go to the site and spray paint the site, the house, knowing that it was going to snow sooner or later. We not only did spray paint, we put in corner markers and string.
Thank you.
Two
Yes.
different color string, one showing the primary residence, two different color paints showing the primary residence, and then the covered porches. Hopefully you had a chance to
We did,
Thank
take a
you.
look at it.
thank you.
It was very clear, thank
Yeah.
you.
It did help.
Yeah,
It helped
this-
us as well.
Both the string and the color
It was a
helped.
fair amount of
Yeah.
work,
Yeah.
I
but
bet.
But thank you,
we got through it.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're very welcome. So what I would ask is perhaps, and I'm going to try to be brief tonight, if we could bring up the
Thank you.
elevation, please. Yes, start with the main south elevation. And I wanted to point out a couple of points that I probably should have spoke about a little earlier. While we're waiting for that to come up. Long house?
7 Gin Lane.
In your file.
Mhm.
One thing I've done is I've highlighted, actually Scott highlighted.
Okay, you're gonna have to go back to the mic after that, thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. John,
Thank you very much.
Alice, do you have one? Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay. I've got one extra one here if somebody needs it. Okay.
Good reading stereo.
Yeah.
Do you have the
okay.
7 Gin Lane or?
Alex, do you have the file for 7G?
To keep things moving, I have a big drawing here we could look at. I mean, that's helpful, but we don't have to rely on that.
No, it's probably easier since we have a hard copy. We can use that. If Alex and TJ can get,
Can get the big one on the camera.
you can put it on there. The only issue is that you're gonna have to go back and forth to the mic.
I'll have Scott.
Okay.
That's okay with you. It's pretty simple. And it's really all about the pyramid law. And obviously, at the last meeting, I said we met the pyramid law. But you can see on that large drawing and the ones I gave you in pink, how far away we are from the pyramid law. And this is on the two sides that have neighbors, both to the north and the west. And Scott can show you there. It's right, oh, not on the screen, perhaps you can. So it's right here. Can you flip over the next? We even brought a pointer in.
Yeah, really,
Use
you're
it.
totally
Oh.
prepared.
And then again here, you can see
Yep.
very far away. And the next page. That page is where it gets closest. It gets closest because the house is not parallel with the side yard, it's parallel with the road. But even then, it's not even coming close. And I thought that was kind of important. It just shows that we have kept it as far from the neighbors as possible. Another thing I want to touch on very briefly as a reminder, the allowable lot coverage is 16,822. Our proposed lot coverage is 10,305. We're 6,517 square feet unused space. And also with the allowable GFA, it's 12,444. We're building 9,979, leaving 2,456.
Imagine that.
Would love to hear, and John is here, of course, and has some great data that he's going to share with us.
I just, one of the, obviously the John Bennett for the applicant, and you already have the, something we said we were going to submit the last time. We took a grab of some of the heights of properties in the neighborhood. And I also, amongst other things, submitted to you the 1950s and 60s code where in the village of Southampton, you could have a 45-foot high single-family residence, 3.5 stories. So the state area has always been a fairly vertical area, but we did look at some of the houses in the area. 472 First Neck, which I worked on, Mocamonto is, again, I'll give them in elevations above sea level. We're at 49 feet, Mocamonto is 55 feet. 27 Gin Lane, again, we're at, is at 53 feet above sea level. 22 Gin Lane, that's Charlie Ayers' house, 49 feet, the same as what's proposed. 28 Gin Lane, which is Love Nest, which is a house that John drew. That's at 52 feet above sea level. Interestingly, some of the older houses, and again, this is not surprising, 8 Fairleigh Windsurfer, which is Michael Check, I believe. That's on 43,132 square feet. Because Sarah was saying some of these houses may be on smaller, larger parcels, but actually we're one of the larger parcels. But Michael Check's house is on 43,132 square feet, and that, by the way, that includes the roadbed in Fairleigh, and it's 63.22 feet above sea level. Top of Dune, which is the Manger house, again, not surprisingly, 61 feet above sea level. And then Wooldorn Manor is at about 46.64. So, if, you know, so how do I say this? You have two standards that you have to deal with, 65.5 and 116.33. You don't see the word height in any one of them. If you were just dealing with 11633B, the law is pretty clear, that doesn't allow you to do anything as long as the house conforms with the setbacks and the envelopes and the FAR. So let's look at 65.5C. Again, there's no mention of height, but it does talks about in relation to the property itself, that section, but also in relation to other properties. So we think we fall very clearly to the extent that you're able to look at height in relation to other properties as opposed to height on the property itself, which clearly is the pyramid, is the best indication of that. It's not too high. But height in relation to other properties, we think this is very compelling information. I've given you about the height of surrounding homes. It's a very sort of vertical area, and I don't think we're doing harm to any of that with the proposed height in this house, which again, in terms of more modern construction, is right in where again, the house that John grew very recently and was approved, 28 June, 52 feet above sea level, we're 49 feet. So I give that all to you for your consideration in terms of that. And I wanted to let you know what the sort of the playing field in terms of the neighborhood was.
We have the samples of the materials, which we've shown you on several occasions. Do you have any interest in seeing them again, or?
Have you seen them?
Yeah, we've seen them. Yeah, couple meetings ago,
Would you like to see them again? or not?
I'm good. I'm with you.
Carrying around these bricks.
I can put them to
That's the
bed.
reason I voted Scott.
That's why there's two of you.
So let's talk about if any changes were made to the design elements beyond the materials. I don't know if there are any concerns, but I don't think, we haven't discussed that. I don't think we discussed it much the last time. So let's look at the elevations, let's consider the design elements, and I'd like everybody to weigh in on that. Sarah, do you want to start, or you want me to start the other direction?
I was looking at the north elevation, which has, the center of it has a two-section tower with a nice pyramidal cap roof. And when I look at the roof massing and the gable massings, the thing that I find jarring, for want of a better expression, is that you've got these wonderful slightly gently hipped gable ends, and then all of a sudden on the south elevation you have a bell cast roof, and just from my mind, it's the only sort of random, I don't mean that random, it's not random, but it looks like a cousin that doesn't belong with the rest of the family, because you've got these very gently angled, and then one, because it's two-story, what appears to be pyramidal on the north elevation, and then on the south elevation, it's not really a two-story tower as such, and then you've got a bell cast roof. And to me, that's the only thing that is the odd person out. And I've seen it on other buildings. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I just think in this particular design, which is a product, you've adapted elements for your new design, and to me, that's one of the only ones that is the odd person out, for want of a better expression. And people might not agree with me on that, but that's my comment.
Mark? I'm sorry, John, either way.
I actually think it's fine as is. I mean, I understand what Sarah's saying, but to me, it kind of actually breaks up the expanse of the house, having that bell as a design element. But I think it's fine from my perspective.
I guess my only comment would be, I actually respect Sarah's opinion that sort of could be one or the other, not both. And the only thing, because, look, it's a big piece of land. It's a big house, and it is going to make a significant difference where it sits in the house when we drive down there in the future. And from a massing standpoint, the one thing I'd like to see if you could consider is the bell tower actually, the top of the bell tower actually pierces the roof, the ridge line at the top of the house, and then you have the finial above it. If it could actually be brought down just a little bit to be slightly subservient, I think it would bring the massing of the house and the street down just a little bit.
Should I wait for all comments and then I'll?
Yeah, you know, I couldn't quite figure out what was off for me until Sarah spoke. And then there's the prominence of the bell-shaped turret seems to take away from what are otherwise simple lines. I also see, though, at the same time where that's integrated into, when you look at the west elevation, sort of works, right? Because this is the same turret, is it not? You've
It
got,
is.
and you've got the porch,
There's only one bell
and
tower.
you've got the porch around it. And it works with the porch.
But that's probably what you're gonna be most prominent as you drive
Yeah.
by the west.
Right. And I did, as Sarah pointed out, drive around the neighborhood, and there are other houses with turrets of different shapes and sizes and colors, even one that's blue. So we couldn't say that the turret by and of itself is disharmonious. But I think Mark may present a interesting compromise, if that might work. I know Sarah is of the view that the house would have cleaner lines without a turret, but then I think you would take away from
Oh,
the
you can,
porch.
I didn't make myself clear. You need an element, but I was proposing that it be more of a gabled end, for one, a pyramidal rather than a bell cast. Because when you drive by that west elevation, you're gonna see that peeping over the hedge. And you're looking at the very chaste, for want of a better expression, existing building, which is all about gable roof lines.
And then what on the east elevation? Is that not a turret, or is it just, it looks like there's something that's, has either six-sided or is a hexagon?
It's a octagon. but only
Octagon,
half.
sorry.
One's bell-shaped.
I got my Latin.
That's okay.
darn it.
The other one's
Don't get-
octagonal.
It's only half of it, so it doesn't read as a protrude. It's the same height as the rest of the ridges. So
Okay.
it really reads as a rounded gable. It doesn't stick out past.
Okay.
If I may try to,
Yeah,
On
and
some of
at
them?
this point.
Jeffrey made a
you've
good
heard-
point about the bell tower and how it's viewed. Sorry that we don't have that.
I
Scott,
have
could
it.
you bring up the west elevation? And how it's viewed as you're coming down the road, although you may recall, we showed you an image, and we don't have that either tonight, how just a portion of it sticks up. So you really can't see much of it. But in that west elevation, Jeffrey, you're absolutely correct, that bell tower blends and turns. What it does is it turns the corner. It's where the south and the west kind of meet, and it turns the corner, and it helps soften that. Mark, I think very early on in one of the first meetings, the first thing I said was, I think we want to take the finial off. I think it really doesn't help. I didn't want it to be confused with the windmill, quite frankly. There are tons of bell towers or
Yes, there are.
towers, both the
Oh,
front
yeah.
and the back cover of this, and many
Oh, yeah.
inside.
Yeah.
I've done quite a few myself. When done right, I happen to like them a lot. It's like a gambrel roof. If the pitches on a gambrel roof are too steep, they get rather ugly. And that's one of the things we tried very hard to make it very gentle. Sarah, you pointed that out a little bit earlier. The angles of those gambrels are really important. The bell tower as well. I admit that in drawings, they don't look as nice as they do in real life. They do soften, but certainly taking the finial off the top will really bring the scale down. Quite frankly, it was one of the first things the clients asked for when we first met.
What, the finial?
A bell tower.
Bell tower, okay,
A bell tower. No, the finial was me.
okay.
But once again, there's one on this one and there's
Oh,
one
there's
on that
many.
one.
Oh,
There-
yeah,
there
but
are many around town.
normally coming out of a larger tower, she said phallically.
We could make the tower bigger.
Nope.
Well, size does matter in this case, and if I were to draw a line, and I'm not an architect, obviously, but if one were to follow a line going towards the height, the peak of the ridge line, then the bell tower might come down a few feet, and I think it would flow better, as opposed to just sticking up and being prominent.
I personally disagree with you, but I
Well,
understand
you're an
that.
architect, and
I
I'm
think
not.
what we'd ask is when you redraw it with the finial gone, and take a look at it, you know, just make sure without that extra height piece that the finial actually adds to it visually, that you're comfortable with the height that it is now.
So if we could reduce the height of the, sorry.
We need a handheld.
If we can reduce the height of the top of the finial, I'm sorry,
With
the
the
bell,
tower.
bell
Tower.
top, take off the finial,
Yep.
because I can do that. I can tell you it'll be 1.5 feet lower.
Without making it a
With-
squat
if
dome.
it were, honestly, if it were a foot and a half. No, you're right, but I think in this, I just think in this particular case, if you do that, I think it would just soften the masking to the street a little bit, and I think it would look very nice, because look, it's a handsome house, it's a big lot, it's going to be a big house. We're talking about small details now, which is good. But I just think it's one detail that might make a difference to the street, and I thank you for considering it. And I would like to go on record, thank you, because the towers and the stringing and the lines and everything you did really did help when we went and looked at it, because we could really walk and see what it was, and I know that it was a lot of effort.
It was a fair amount of work.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet.
But it would- it was helpful.
But it really, it proved its point.
So I just want to be sure then, just so there's no ambiguity, in addition to taking the finial off, we're going to lose 1.5 feet from the height of the tower?
Approximately.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
All right, let's, sorry.
I'm never
It's
gonna
tough,
get used to
isn't it?
this.
Yeah.
You had asked about this before,
Mhm.
and I was listening, and I went
Yeah.
back to the client,
Yeah.
and she said, please, please don't do it.
Okay.
And I said, but, quite frankly, my job here is to get this approved and get started.
Mhm.
She asked what it looks like.
Mhm.
I did sketches, and I have drawings to show you of what it looks like.
Okay.
I'll go on the record that I like it more taller. But if that's all we're missing here, as the architect of record, I have permission to go ahead and make the swap.
There you have it.
There you have it. And what about, and then,
Can you show us? Good.
and with the was there a resolution to Sarah's concern with the two types of roofs?
Well, one's not a.
One's octagonal and one's
Yeah.
not. There, Sarah's concern were the two towers, one has an octagonal roof and the other one has a bell. Did you address
The
that?
second one's not
Yeah.
actually, it's just
Yeah,
a
one is
dorm.
polygonal and one is,
Okay. Are you,
Let's see, how many do we have here?
right, we can share.
oh, I see it lower.
Yeah.
So, if I
Yeah, that does work.
You'll
Let's
see,
take it.
there's a photograph where we've superimposed the house with the reduced roof.
Yep.
You look at the elevation page and you'll see a dotted line that shows
Where
the
it is.
package you originally had,
Yep.
and it's lowered.
Mhm.
Once again, for the record, I like the taller one, but
Okay.
I want to get it done, and I think it's going to be beautiful in either case.
Okay.
Okay.
As much as I love you guys, I'd really like to not.
You'd like to
It,
leave,
it,
at least for
it
this
looks
one.
more like a candle snuffer, which
Yeah.
is, it's nice.
Oh, yeah, you can find that in history books, as you know.
Yes.
That's also a pretty popular shape.
All right,
So I'm in a position to be able to make that swap and sign off on it.
okay. So,
Does that
Th-
do it?
this is, I think we're there, but I want to ask Alice first. Obviously, John's the architect, he could sign this most recent submission, which is really just a drawing change on the,
Well, we have to
the
go to written
tower.
decisions.
We have to go to written decision. So I guess it's really not going to hold it up.
No, I would, once the revised plans are submitted, I would just want the updated date and make sure that I got that correct in the written
Okay.
decision.
Okay.
There is the revised plan there.
We're kind of
No,
holding.
we have a full-scale one here. Not full-scale.
Can we date and accept?
If that,
Can
if
we-
that, if that goes in the file tonight, that would be really helpful to me.
So if we date and accept the updated file, updated plan there and agree on it and put it in the file, that,
I will be
head-
signed
that
in.
can, well, we can put the received date and the signature on it. That'll move us along.
Right,
Sign it here,
yep,
that's what this is all about.
okay.
There's 112, right?
Yes.
Shows up on this other page.
A15.
These are not part of the official set.
Okay, we'll just,
Obviously, what you have in your hand is just a reduced version.
right, so just do me a favor, just 'cause it's easier.
Yeah, we gotta stamp it.
Yeah. Yeah, make sure it's, I think Mark
checked
already
it.
put it, okay.
Ta-da.
Look at that.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
No,
Great.
Okay,
but I'm gonna take the whole file, it's fine.
okay, so if you could just hand that to me, and then.
You want me to put it in the file?
If you can find the file, yeah.
I'll look.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Let's just put this on the outside here. There you go. There we go.
Public comment.
Okay, public comment. Thank you, Mark. Okay. All right, Charlie, Sage, nobody? Okay. So, anything else? So we've got, all right, so we're good with the house. Yeah, and the height and everything else, so not that height is our purview, but scale and mass and the like. Okay, so, I would move that we move the application to written decision. Do I have a second on that? Second by
Second.
John?
Second. Oh, you
Oh,
second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Sarah? Okay, great. Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you for your
John.
time and patience.
Again,
Now you can take the
Ryan.
polls down.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure how
You're
we're
not
gonna do
doing
that.
Polls?
I was thinking maybe we'll decorate them.
The polls could be fun.
Donate them somewhere.
And we get like a really hard rain the next day. I remember seeing
Yeah.
the email and being like, oh no.
I know, Sarah and I were wandering around.
But,
It's been- I'm just gonna say, a lot of ducks have
and
visited
to
the
Mark's
property.
point, it was very helpful
How
when
charming.
you put down
We did not take the dog.
the sticks and the string and everything else.
To give you an idea of what's involved in that, it was 2 people a day between the computer work and the layout.
Wow.
It all helps, thank you.
It did help,
Will you take those polls down?
Yeah.
yes. Or you can put a circus tent up for a few weeks. and- Because they look like supports for a circus tent. If you got a party coming up, you can rent it out for a couple of days.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, the estate of Linda Curtis, 376 First Neck Lane.
And
Okay.
John's back.
Good evening for the applicant, John Bennett Reed, represent the applicant, Bailey Larkin again. My officer's with me too. This is a simple decision for you. Your counsel will tell you that you have to have jurisdiction. Any lawyer, particularly someone that's studied and knowledgeable
Oh,
about
oh,
Alice
John,
will
just
tell you-
the mic.
will tell you that you have to have
Okay.
jurisdiction. And the village code stakes out a jurisdictional trigger that you need. So we were quite complete and thorough in showing you that there is no jurisdiction here because the property, the improvements on the property are not visible. We gave you, not only did we give you photographs, but we quoted other case law, or other cases that you yourself had made. We quoted the village statute to you. And then, when we received Sally's report, she says two, as far as I'm concerned, conclusive things. View from street, no. Is it part of the established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood? No. So you may not like the fact that the village code limits you in this way. And I know some of you don't, but it does. So it's an almost syllogistic application of the law. The house is not visible.
Right.
I do want to add, because I always like to do this whenever I make a jurisdictional comment, that I also like the tribunal to know that they shouldn't feel bad about exercising, acknowledging the lack of jurisdiction, because there's absolutely no proof. Dolphins is a McKim, Mead, and White. For the life of me, I don't understand why there's not a blue sheet on it. Of all houses, it should have one. But there's no proof that either Mr. McKim, Mead, or White, or anyone in their studio drew this. It's been stepped on a million times. I looked at Spinzia's Long Island Prominent Families, and Dolphins is in there. No attribution for anything other than the main house, which is on a separate parcel now. And Searchin and Lawrence's book, no attribution for anything other than Dolphins. And it's been, there's really nothing. I mean, you walk around that house, and casement windows, a large addition near the garage, every window with the exception of a few on the southeastern elevation, they're either casement windows or simulated divided light from maybe 20 years ago. So I tell you this, as I'm diving into the merits while not conceding any jurisdiction, it's not the type of thing that there should be any remorse about, because there just ain't nothing there. I mean, it's no attribution to McKim, Mead, and White. Even if there had been, which again, I don't see even a hint of it, that it's been so altered. But again, I go right back to the fact that this is should be a very simple determination for you. You can't see the place, can't see it, and your own consultant, candidly, and I give her credit for that, acknowledges that.
Yep. Okay. So I have reviewed it with council, and we are in that situation. But at the same time, I'm going to let the board members speak. So go ahead, Sarah.
Our historic consultant maintains that the main house designed by McKim, Mead, and White for Mr. and Mrs. J. Hamden Robb also included a carriage house, and I believe, having spoken with what the second daughter of the Sullivans, Leslie Horn, that there was at one point a cottage facing First Neck that was also associated with it. In maps from 1925, it could also be associated with the Goodhue Livingston house, for Goodhue Livingston married the daughter of Hamden Robb, the first person.
Livingston himself was an architect.
Yes.
Yes.
And he was a renowned local architect, and there is a carriage house has a blue form associated with that house, and
But not this one.
this carriage house, former carriage house in question, is side by side with that house. There are architectural elements still there that I find prominent, including the rafter tails and the jerkin head roof. And when I first went to look at it as a demolition, it was clear to me, just purely from a spatial standpoint, that this had been part of one family's property, because they're not the usual green giant houses, they're not the usual big fences. It all reads together and reinforces the McKim, Mead, and White building at the lake. I have looked through binoculars from the other side of the lake. I believe I can see it. I'm not positive. But again, we are just taking our outbuildings and chipping away and throwing them over our shoulder because we might end up with a nice glass block instead of a carriage house that still has a glimmer. And the recommendation by our historic consultant is to reuse. I happened to be showing the photograph at one point to a trustee, and he said, "Oh, that's Pamela Banker's house." And as you know, Pamela Banker was the first daughter of the Sullivan family and became quite a well-recognized interior designer. And her daughter maintained that she redid it and lived there beginning probably late 60s, early 70s. So it also has local significance. I know I'm probably going to be blown out of the water, but it's these decisions that we are being asked to make that are absolutely ruining this village. And I believe it has standing as far as architecture and association with the Stanford White House and the Goodhue Livingston House and that of Pamela Banker. So that's my point.
Mark, John?
I hate this application, I'll tell you why. We are the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation, and you're right, you can't see it from the street. But what we do have is a building that was marketed as in the heart of Southampton's estate district, the water views of Lake Agawam, and less half a mile from the beaches, this converted carriage residence offers possibilities on its acres. Originally constructed in the early 19th century, the shingle-sided home has been expanded and maintained. So here we have a house.
It's
But let
broken,
me
puff
finish.
and
This is
blow.
not a debate. This is not a debate.
Yeah.
But here's what I hate about this is we have a house. It can arguably be argued one way or the other that it's McKinney and White, but it's an early house. It's one of the few barns that we have. And part of what our job is to do is to preserve the architectural fabric of the village of Southampton. And in this case, I'm afraid because of a technicality which is visible from the street that our hands are tied and we won't get the opportunity to do it. Therefore, I hate this application. I don't hate how you've presented it, John.
Right.
I just hate the fact that where we sit right now as a village, where we have houses that should be preserved because of a technicality in our code, in this particular case, we may not get to, and that just upsets me.
There is a postcard that shows a building with a jerkin head roof.
It's a postcard.
Right.
I'm aware of it. It's
Yeah.
a postcard. And it's a postcard from how long ago?
In fact, the
Yeah.
older the postcard, the
Yeah.
more it proves my point, though. How long ago shows
Okay.
me that
Yeah,
this
but
barn, and there are very few of these remaining, so I feel that it's sad that because of a technicality, we don't have the opportunity in the historic district to preserve a historic
Yeah,
house.
the only response I would have, Mark, is that it's not a technicality. It's in your
Right.
law.
Well, that-
Right, well, it's a technicality of our code, not of your argument, but
Right.
that's something that we can talk about.
John?
John?
No, I agree with everything everyone said. We have a responsibility to save what we can, what's left of this village, especially when it comes to historic properties. But because of the way the law is written, our hands are tied. If anything, it says we should look at changing the way the law is written.
Could we ask the same thing about considering the reuse, the way we did on Walnut Street? I mean, we're all in the midst, there's the
Well-
postcard.
Right. So the situation, the practical situation, which has no bearing on our decision, is what Mark was just reading from. The property owner, the estate, is looking to sell the property. It's clear that it's easier for them to sell it as a tabula rasa upon which anybody could build whatever they want.
There's
Now,
concern.
maybe the applicant sees the beauty of it, or maybe like
Or
many
maybe- or maybe
people,
maybe the
they,
purchaser.
I'm sorry, the purchaser I meant to say. But they may be like a lot of people, oh, we love Southampton, it's so beautiful, it's so quaint. Now let us tear down the house. So that's why Mark hates it, and I do as well. But the reality is our hands are tied by the code on this, and we don't have the jurisdiction
From the lake we may, I'm maintaining.
The,
You
uh,
can't see it from the lake.
It's
You can't see it from the
possible.
lake because if you're marketing a house as water views of Lake Agawam, the reverse is true. From Lake Agawam, I can see
I
the
don't,
house.
I'm.
And I've
Mark,
walked the
is that
property.
fair
I can see,
with
I
a
can see
broker
the
writes?
house from the lake.
Have you seen some of the stuff that?
I
the
have
brokers
walked the
write?
property twice. You
Right.
can see, if I
Right.
were on the lake, I could see it, but I don't,
Right.
council tells me that that's not applicable here.
Well, we can only hope that the new owner has some sense of responsibility to the history of the village of Southampton. And
right.
Isn't that a public right-of-way,
Right.
Alice?
No, it's not
No.
navigable.
No.
What will be incumbent upon this board and the future applicant will be to build a house that is harmonious.
Well, you're gonna have jurisdiction over
And
that.
so the charge to us at that
But we
point,
have jurisdiction over that, but we don't have jurisdiction over,
No, you don't.
yeah,
we know, John, we know.
No.
yeah.
Well, no, I have to
Yeah,
state it because.
You have
you may-
multiple times. Thank you.
Yeah, no. So it's for the record. So,
And I will say, and again, from a comfort point of view,
Don't go down that path.
well,
You-
it's.
Yeah, it's like
I
defining
would
things
just-
as
I would-
lumps that we
no,
would tear down. So
we
don't go down that path.
understand.
Because we know we have a different.
We understand where we are. Anyway, Alice, do you have anything to add to the discussion?
No.
All right. Well, I think we move it to written decision. And I think with the note that under the code, we don't have jurisdiction to deny a demolition of the structure. I don't know if that's something, well, we will vote on the written decision. Alice will write it up accordingly. And then, of course, Sarah, you can vote no, and who knows, if there's some other grounds to stand on.
The written decision will state that the board lacks jurisdiction.
Okay,
Thank you,
okay.
thank you.
All right, so I move that we move to written decision the application of the estate of Linda Curtis at 376 First Neck Lane. A second on that. Anybody want to second it?
Second.
Yeah, all in favor of at least moving it to written decision. That doesn't mean you have to vote positively on the written decision. It just
All right.
means it's
Well,
submitted to written decision. Right.
Yes, you do.
Well, I'm saying.
I mean, this is not jury nullification. You
Right.
have to
Yeah.
abide by
All
the
in
law.
favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Okay,
because I think you can see it from the lake.
okay, we got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to change the order only because Martin and Kristen Siegel at 104 Post Crossing is a carryover of an historic property.
Not navigable.
Okay, so I don't know, is the applicant here for that?
For which?
This is 104 Post Crossing?
I didn't see Brian. Is Brian on Zoom?
Yes, we have two people with their hands raised on Zoom.
Wait, what?
One
And
o-
why are we moving on to 104 Post Crossing?
104 Post Crossing is that's in the historic district.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's in the wrong spot.
Yep.
So sorry about that. That might have been an oversight on the agenda when it was rearranged in the last meeting.
That's okay. There've been a lot of applications, so.
Indeed. Can you guys hear me?
I tried.
Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone.
We can't
I'm Brian
see.
Brady.
Yep, oh, there you are. Yep,
Yep.
okay.
I hear him.
Oh, and he's in the
I'm
little
going to share my
box.
screen.
Okay. Oh, that one again.
Okay, so this was what I presented to you first go around. And how we've altered it.
Brian, I don't believe the screen sharing is up yet, at least not for me. Can the board see this?
No.
All right, it's on my. Can you see these?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
All right. No, I lost the other two. Okay, so what we have that's new is, first of all, with the shed, if you'll see in your drawings, I submitted 2 drawings to you. I took the comments that you gave me the last time, removed the cupola and flattened the roof of it. So it's now the height of the shed is from 13.6 down to 11.3. And so for a 9-foot wide shed, it's a pretty substantial reduction. Now here's a landscape plan. This is being done by Tish Rahill of Gardeneering, who's done a lot of the homes on Elm Street. And you can see what we're proposing, or what she's proposing. The shed is all the way in the back here. It's in the furthest most point of the corner that would meet the setbacks. And they are proposing to have a drive come in here, and then this would be the entrance to the backyard. And that is also the pool fence. So that is what's surrounding the entire yard and actually coming down this way. So this visually is when they go in, it's 6-foot ilex with a hedge, and it has a gate with an arbor on it. And then also there's very mature vegetation along the neighbor side, and that's being also improved by another hedgerow of arborvitae all the way around the property here and here. So, you know, from the street, you really are not going to be able to see this shed, and neither will any of the neighbors here see it either. I also did a little sketch, which you don't have, just to give you an idea. This is the scale of what we're talking about in relationship to the house. And the first structure that I showed you picked up on this higher gable with a diamond pane window, which is what I had originally. Now we flattened it to pick up the roof line that's on the porte cochere and this bay window, and removed the diamond pane window. So really you're going to just see, if anything, from all the way on Elm Street, just the top of a shed. Okay. So this is the new drawing that you have. You can see the cupola is gone, the roof is much flatter, and it's just a very simple storage accessory building.
Brian, one of the questions we have is there was a drawing that was somewhere done where half the driveway, the circular drive is being removed. That's not being considered now, right?
No, that's not. That, yeah.
Okay,
That
that's
was a
a
schematic that was done, and it was like, no, that's not happening.
Good, because that was sort of our thought. So the driveway, the circular driveway as is now, right now, as drawn, is existing. It's not changing in any way. Is that correct?
It's not changing, correct.
Great, thank you.
And actually, this is like a little, or a bluestone path here, but they're, you know, really trying to make Post Crossing, that's the address, 104 Post Crossing. This
Right.
is the main entrance.
Okay.
It's fine from my perspective.
Sarah?
Sarah? Yeah. So the only difference in the landscaping is the addition of a driveway extension.
Yeah, the pool's here. They are putting the driveway extension here and heavily planting this whole area and adding, you know, the ilex here with an arbor and a gate. The pool's already there, that's already existing.
And the rest of that plan that I saw that didn't have the circular driveway, that also had an outdoor kitchen and those kinds of pieces, those are not being considered now either?
You know, for this go around, no, we're not doing anything. All we really want is the shed to be
Okay.
in.
Then I just have a question for Alex, because this has a bathroom in it, and we're defining as a shed. Is there any difference for a building that we're defining from a building department standpoint because it's hooked up to water and has a bathroom and 3 separate entrances? That's a question for Alex.
You're asking if it's considered a shed?
Is there any difference between what's identified as a shed of something that also has running water and a bathroom in it from a building department standpoint?
I'd have to check the definitions. I don't believe so. I mean, it would be an accessory building, so it wouldn't be allowed to have heat or cooking or sleeping facilities.
Okay,
But accessory structures, as I understand them, are allowed to have plumbing.
okay.
Yes, they are.
And my question back to you, Brian, is you don't intend to heat the bathroom in the winter, correct?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
All right. You know, from my standpoint, I think you've made it small enough and disappear enough that it's almost inconsequential compared to where we've been with this for the past several months. So that's sort of my feeling on it.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So, Alice, do you have enough information on this?
Public comment.
Oh, okay, thank you. Public any public comments on this?
We do have someone on Zoom with their hand raised,
Okay,
although it just went down. I apologize.
okay. All right, assuming no public comment, Alice, do you have enough information?
It sounds like there is public comment.
Is there?
Yes,
Okay.
someone has just been entered as a panelist on Zoom.
Okay. If you care to make a public comment, please raise your hand. So, Charlie, you're not seeing anybody? They're on.
They're on, they're just coming in.
Oh, okay.
They just need to unmute.
Hi, it's Joan McGivern from Toomey Latham. Can I share my screen?
Sure, Joan.
Thank you so much. Bear with me. Notwithstanding the revisions, we still feel that the space is too tight, given the historic relationship between the properties. These were buildings that were associated with each other, which is why you can see the driveway runs right along the property line. This space is only 15 feet, notwithstanding his picture that made it seem very small. It's actually will fill this space considerably and block some of the view and the open space between these properties and the historic relationship between them. I still think it would be a visual feature from the streetscape, this 9 by 16 shed. A normal shed is not, I mean, they've reduced it somewhat, but it's still a big thing and it won't be hidden. There's also a concern about, my client is concerned that they're putting a bathroom a short distance from their pool and play area. Now, maybe this is a building department issue that the Ravens could, or Alex Wallach could discuss with the Ravens about how they're going to, what sanitary system they're hooking this up to, because there's no sanitary system in the immediate area. And also, I just wanted to remind the board that Elm Street is in the historic district. I mean, it's called out as being in the historic district, in the Southampton Village Historic District. We do believe that it's an unwarranted visual feature of the streetscape that is just going to crowd the properties and their existing relationship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joan. I think I reflect the board and their feeling that the scale of the shed is not of a size that is relatively, I wouldn't say insignificant, but relative, not a major, it doesn't have a major impact given how far it's set back from the street, which my guess is at least, what, 100 and some odd feet back.
Easily. Yeah.
And I can appreciate the fact that it's probably more, it's obviously closer to the neighbor than it is to the street, but our purview is that of the view, as we've been reminded, from the street. And I think from that standpoint, given its location, given the greenery that's going to be put alongside the house, I think it's not going to have a major impact, and I think the board is of the same mind. What I might ask Brian, if Brian Brady is still on, is there any consideration that's been given to landscaping around the shed to
Well, they're putting
either
in-
soften its presence?
They're putting another row of arborvitae on that side of the property. At least
Oh,
that's
see,
what
yeah,
I heard.
New 8 by 10 foot not 8 by 10, 8 to 10 foot arborvitae, and they grow about anywhere
They
from
grow almost 2 feet a year.
2 feet a
Yeah.
year. So, yeah. So in any event, I think we'll take that into consideration, but I think the board is content with the resubmission. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Pretty much.
Seems like it.
Seems like it. Okay, so any other public comment? Okay. No, that's it. And then, Joan, as far as the other matters, you're right, they are building department issues.
Oh, there's
Okay.
another.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Hi, thanks for your time. This is Brian Raven, owner of 49 Elm, and just wanted to reiterate that the two houses are, a very close proximity due to the historical relationship, ours being the carriage house of the original property. So by inserting this here, you sort of divorce that relationship. Aside from that consideration, I think what needs to be thought about are Joan showed a nice picture of the westerly views. You're effectively, if you put large arborvitae in front of that shed, as well as the shed itself being, quite significant, still at over 11 feet, you're now gonna be blocking those views down the street, and it's quite a nice look down not only Elm but Post Crossing, straight past in fact the neighbor's house that goes beyond the one in question. And then I would also just, in terms of putting these, giant bushes and arborvitae, I think that's quite a negative from the perspective of if the plan ultimately is to bring those towards the front of the house. And now that you're extending this driveway into the back, which is effectively extending it into our backyard, which from our perspective is also a negative. And now lining, if the intent is to line where there are currently beautiful, relatively low trimmed hedges, lining that and blocking everybody's perspective as they walk down Elm, I think is quite the opposite of the direction that the town should be going in. So I just want to leave you with that. We are very concerned about a bathroom right next to our backyard. I'm sure as anyone here may be, especially given the closeness of these houses and the way the architect has drawn this, is he has a sanitary line running directly into what's already an annex of the house that doesn't have a bathroom. So it's pretty much an impossible drawing.
These aren't our
So
issues.
I wouldn't question that. I know that may not be your consideration, but I think the others ought to be. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, I mean, if
Thank
the
you,
issue
Phil.
is the I'm fine approving it with without the arborvitae. I think,
too.
I'm not a big fan
Yeah.
of arborvitae, so.
I don't think anybody
No,
is a
they're
fan of
not
arborvitae.
historic
Yeah.
elements, and I think the more we wall in these buildings,
Yeah.
the worse it'll be. The idea is to have the enjoyment of the neighborhood.
Yeah, so
It's historic district.
Yeah.
kill the arborvitae and let's go.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I think arborvitae all over the place is a negative. So I'd rather see the property without the arborvitae. Now, whether or not that solves or worsens the neighbor's concern.
Well, that's what they asked for.
From, what's that?
That's what they've requested.
Right, I know. So, so I think you bring up a good point. To the extent that the landscaping around the shed could be made more attractive. But again, I think we're looking at a structure that is 11 feet high. Is that
It's
what?
11 feet high,
11 feet high.
It's 16.
16 deep.
16 deep,
9 wide.
11 feet from Elm Street, 100 and some odd feet back, perspective-wise, is not going to be significant from the public
Unless
right
you're
away.
living next to it.
Right. So, and then the other issues, as you say, are building department issues. So, I appreciate the public comment. You actually gave us a good idea from the standpoint of Brian nixing the arborvitae.
To be clear, I was talking about extending arborvitae, into the front of the south side of the property. So there, I'm not saying, all arborvitae are bad. I'm just saying.
No, I understand.
So I think you
I think
understand
more
where
than saying all arborvitae is bad.
need to draw a diagram
would say
right now,
that.
but I think you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So now, be careful, no, never mind. So now, do board members, if we are concerned about the perspective of the house and the historic relationship between the main house and the carriage house, I would think that low hedges are better than arborvitae.
Correct, that's why I would agree with that.
Yeah,
The existing privet. would
so
Yeah, I think
the existing,
privet is
whatever
probably
existing privet is there shall remain. I don't see any need, in fact, I see a negative to adding additional arborvitae, which is neither
helpful or attractive.
right, or endogenous
Or
to the area.
historic.
Yeah. So, Alice, do you now have enough information for the written decision?
I think we should ask Mr. Brady for his input on that.
Okay. There already is arborvitae on between this property and Mr. Raven's property, and then it's the rear yard that has the existing privet. So
Exactly.
right now, the backyard is inconsistent with arborvitae on one side and privet on the other. But the arborvitae that's there is Mr. Raven's arborvitae, and it comes up probably, it blocks his pool, so it's maybe coming 30 or 40 feet off the rear property line.
Right, so
I
all
mean,
we're
if
talking
you don't
about,
wanna, we were just trying to, sort of, help the situation for privacy for him and for my client. And, I mean, if you don't want me to put an additional row of arborvitae, that's great. I mean,
that's
fine.
what we're
What's
talking
there
about.
is already very mature, and it's very beautiful.
So we're just talking about the exclusion of the arborvitae that are being added according to your plan.
Okay,
Okay, I got it.
Okay, great. So I move that we submit to written decision the application of Martin and Kristen Siegel at 104 Post Crossing. Okay,
On
second
the
on that?
condition that the arborvitae is not approved.
The new.
Right.
New
Wi-
The new
Without any additional arborvitae. And so is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay. Okay, now, new matters in the historic district. Alice has already shared with us that she has all affidavits, so we will dispense with asking you that. We had Richard, we have Richard Gormley and Sulaka, I may pronounce Suleka, Saruk, at 80 North Main Street for the addition of a pool house. And let's see, did we get that?
I think we got an adjournment request on that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they asked for an adjournment to
Oh,
January.
okay.
So
in
we
order to
can,
respond
Oh,
to
that was a
some-
late one, okay, I saw it come in, thank you, that's,
but we can take jurisdiction and then grant that request.
okay. So we have affidavits, so we do have jurisdiction, and we will move to accept the applicant's request to adjourn to what date, Alex?
1-9.
I believe January 9th.
January 9th. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, great,
And I would urge everybody to read Sally Spangberg's excellent analysis.
great,
Thank you, Sarah. I wanted to make sure everyone has that.
okay. 199 Cooper's Neck Lane, relocation of a parking court, and removal of a pool house, and new landscaping, or a change in landscaping. So, the applicant, Melissa, tell us who you are.
Good evening, Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm also joined with Melissa Rivas, who is a partner at Edmund Hollander Landscape Design. I'm going to be very quick because this is a really simple, easy project. This is a property that's 3 acres. It's located at the corner of Cooper's Neck Lane and Meadowmere. To break it down, we're here to, number 1, demolish the pool house that was just built about a year ago. Number 2, shift a parking court to a better location in its relation to the historic house. And number 3, provide more landscaping. If you could see the survey up on the screens right now, it needs a little TLC. So I'm going to let Melissa explain. We gave a supplement that you should be able to find. It's 11 by 17 supplement that we submitted last Thursday. And in order to more easily follow the exact different things we're doing on the project. So I'll leave it to Melissa now.
Good evening, everyone. So as Melissa said, I'm Melissa Rivas from Hollander Design, and we're the landscape architects for the homeowner. And we were brought on board to create a landscape plan for 199 Cooper's Neck. So as you can see, I have up the aerial from before a lot of the work that's been done on the building. And that shows quite a lot of landscaping, and as a part of the recent revisions to the structure, a lot of that landscaping has been removed. So we were brought in to create a landscape plan to start to bring some of those gardens back and to create a new series of gardens for the new owners. So I'll just quickly run through some of the changes, and then I'll show you some of the existing conditions. So at the top of the property here, we're moving that parking court out of the front line of the house, and that allows us to create a garden room between the existing tennis court and the parking area. We've created kind of a grove of flowering trees that we're then bringing through the center of the house and continuing that grove to the southern side. And what that does is it's helping us to delineate some different garden rooms. We're bringing back some of the meadows that were part of the previous property. We're creating a zone for the family, a play lawn for the kids, and creating a little bit of separation between that existing tennis court and the house. And so this is the existing conditions as it is today. So this is the pool house that was approved, I think, in 2020. We'd like to remove that pool house because it's kind of in the middle of the landscape at the south side of the house. We're adding a little bit of terracing on the north side of the pool area to take advantage of the southerly sun. And then down here, this is where we're going to be creating a little bit of grade change to give a sunken play lawn. Again, this shows the existing conditions of the pool area. We're going to be taking out the wire fence that was put in. We're going to be adding a picket fence between the house and the pool area, and then continuing that fence into the gardens as it moves around the south side of that space. And then where the one is, we're adding a little bit of additional paving to allow for seating at the pool area. And this is just some of the images that we've shared with our clients. So this in the upper left-hand corner is an image of what the fencing would feel like. We're going to be doing a cedar picket fence. And then this is some of the plant material that we've reviewed with the clients. It'll be green and lush. And then this shows again some views of the same south side of the house. where we're adding that sunken play lawn. These are some of the additional images of that grove of flowering trees that goes from the north side to the south side of the house. This is the existing greenhouse that's to the eastern side of the property. We're gonna be replanting this space so that it's, there's a gravel plain all around the greenhouse, and then there'll be soft plantings within that. We're taking out that small path, and we're gonna be putting in a small terrace to allow for a couple of chairs here. And these are just some of the styling images, so you can see the planting coming out of the gravel and the idea of a small little terrace off of the one door. And again, this is the current conditions, so the parking court is directly off of the front of the house. We've suggested moving it off of that so that there's more of a procession leading you into that front door, and you'll go through a garden space as you enter. This is some images of that. We'll be putting in some brickwork for the pathway leading to the front door and softening that with the trees around the parking court. This is on that northern side of the property between the tennis court and the house. We're going to be enlarging that space to allow for a dining table and adding some planting to create a separation between the tennis and the dining table there. And this is just, again, some of the images of the planting that we've shared with the client. So we'll be doing some flowering trees to create some separation, and then an underplanting of perennials and shrubs. Right now, there's no seating at the tennis court, so we're suggesting to take out the existing stairs, add a little bit of seating in that same, and extending that footprint slightly just to allow for some chairs. And again, these are just some images that we share with the client to show that little bit of seating at the overlook. And that is it. So it's mostly planting, the removal of the pool house that was granted in 2020, and the moving of the parking court.
And Melissa, there are no plans here or envisioned to put in the pool house?
No, there'll be no pool house. So I think there's a bathroom on the second floor of the garage, so, and the door's right there. So the idea is that we're adding some terracing between the garage and the pool, so hopefully that'll be the main seating area, and then they'll be able to easily get into the house.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think it's very well done. I love this house personally. I think it's a great house. I'm so happy that it was restored. But one thing that was missing, desperately missing, was a landscape plan. It's very sterile at the moment, and
it is. Yeah.
This adds the right amount of interest to the property and in the right way. And I'm so glad you're getting rid of the pool house. I think it's beautiful. I think it's really going to soften the landscape and make it appropriate to the house itself. So I'm in full agreement.
Okay, Mark.
I think you've made organization of disorganization. I think it's really lovely. I think I missed the wire fence, but other than that, I think it's well done. I think it's appropriate for the house.
Thank you. Sarah?
The original house I'm used to seeing when it was first completed, and it had a circular path through with grass in the middle. And I think, to be honest with you, that adding all of the rectangular, rigid parking things, it competes with the house. I mean, you've got this and I'm not sure that I like it. There is something honest about the fencing around the pool, and I don't know that a picket fence is necessarily the way to go with this Grosvenor Atterbury house that has lammy bricks and is of masonry. So those are my two thoughts. Yes, there was landscape missing, but and I realize that you're adding seating areas and things like that, but it's a fair amount of hardscape being added as well.
I think the one thing I would note is that actually the driving court that you're mentioning is actually being brought away from the front of the house, so the driveway is actually going to be shorter. So it actually is removing hardscape there.
Right, but it's still,
It is still rectilinear,
it's
yes.
still very rectangular.
Yeah, we are reducing the scale of it and the size, and
Yeah.
we are trying to rationalize it by putting into that garden space.
Right.
I do see what you're saying, and truly, we did move it away from the front of the house
Yeah.
for that reason.
Yeah,
you know.
I understand that. I'm just
Right.
making the point that you have this wandering brick.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the front of the house did have that previous drive, and if the tennis court wasn't there now, you know, we're obviously working within some restrictions of the existing structures, and that driveway would have come very close to that existing tennis court. So we were really trying to work with
Within
that
the front.
structure and create another garden room, but yeah, your point is well taken. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. Sarah's point is well taken, because the original house glorified the house, which deserved all the glory it got. When the board, and I was on the board at that time,
Me too.
agreed to the changes, it took away a little something from the house itself. But having said that, and where we are, I think I think it was John, Mark, you said you brought an organization to, so I think, from my view, the various elements work. It's different than what was originally designed when the house was first built, but it works with the house as it currently exists, and I believe it's an improvement. So, let me ask if there's any public comment.
And Melissa, thank you for being so prepared with the plans.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Any hands up, Charles? Okay. So, Alice, you have enough information?
I do.
Okay, then I will move that we submit to written decision the application of 199 Cooper's Neck LLC, relocation of the parking court, removal of pool house, and landscaping as submitted. Okay. Second on that from someone? John?
Second.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Nay? Okay, Sarah is a nay on that. Okay. You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Okay.
I'm gonna get busy, because I'm not working.
Let's see, now the Village of Southampton, the Southampton History Museum, 17 Meeting House Lane for an
Good
arbor.
evening, board members. CMX Sami,
Right.
representing the Southampton Historical Museum and the village. On a proposed pergola located on the site and the
Right.
lot where the Southampton Historical Museum is located on Meeting House Lane.
Right. Now, CMAC,
Yes.
you also worked, am I correct, on the Rogers Library, on the work around that area?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So on that application,
Yes.
it was stated that within the historic district, the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation does have jurisdiction purview over landscaping. So when I and several of the members walked on the property, that which was stated as proposed landscaping and walkways and the like were anything but proposed, they were actually there. So, we were surprised to see that. And
If I'm not
to the extent-
mistaken, in our when that work was presented first, I discussed this thing both with the board and Alice, and basically flat work would not fall under the jurisdiction of the architectural board,
Yeah.
and that was the reason why we did not come in front of you at the time for that work, and Alice confirmed that to me.
I don't remember this, but that does sound familiar.
All right. Well, in any event, in this particular
Yes.
case, it's a relatively insignificant matter. I don't think any of the buildings have been relocated as proposed.
No, well, yes, yes.
They've all been
The
relocated.
paint shop was relocated,
Yeah.
and also the corn cob structure was removed. And both of these structures were behind to the north and behind the existing mansion. So the paint shop was brought more into the domain of the rest of the shops, and right now, to some extent, you could say exposed and seen from the street side, from Meeting House Lane. And also the corn cob, which is actually a very interesting structure, is brought all the way onto the Meeting House Lane on the corner of the property.
So,
So basically in line, but those decisions were not basically, I was not involved for, that was the
Okay.
historical museum's
we're
decision.
not going to kill the messenger, but it's particularly irksome when a village-supported entity ignores the rules.
But
And the code-
excuse me,
and Sammy, let me
I have
finish.
not been ignoring the rules. I mean, we specifically
I'm not talking to
went
you.
through this argument and discussion. I mean, this is, first of all,
But
just to put things in context, this is not the first time I'm here for some sort of a walkway and so forth. This is actually part of a series of walkways that extends itself all the way from Southampton Historical Museum, all the way through Main Street, across from Main Street by the Village Hall right here, and down across to the Southampton Art Center and on to basically Job's Lane. So this is basically an infrastructure of walkways. And
So let's do this. Let's agree on this. In the future, come before this board.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
And if you're going to move a structure, whether it's got a foundation or not, because I know those things are on cinder blocks,
Correct.
come before this board. All right?
Correct. I was not,
We did-
involved, and
we-
I do agree with you, and I specifically
And
advised the
and
board.
communicate that to the
To the
powers that be
Historical Museum.
okay, to Mr.
Absolutely.
Edmonds, that he should know that. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead.
So to direct you to where this site is, it's located to the north of the existing Rogers Mansion. And there are two brick patios. They connect to the alleyway that basically is to the north of this property and next to the San Ambrose restaurant, which basically provided a main street entrance for the historical museum. At the time, that was basically a project where we wanted to have more of a Main Street presence, because anybody going down Main Street usually they take a right on Job's Lane, rather than left onto the Meeting House Lane and being exposed to the historical museum. So paving that pathway, and then basically as a function, the restaurant occupying it, created a secondary entrance for the museum and increased the museum's traffic by about 25 to 30%. That, as I said, also, just to put a little bit of a historical context to this thing, when Mr. Samuel Parrish used to reside at this property, and he was the one that did build the Parish Museum at the time, he would every morning walk out of his house across Main Street, and at the time the Parish Museum was basically a 3-stage construction. An original entrance was accessed from Main Street. So this is basically recreation of that pathway along that. And these new terraces, brick terraces, connect to that alleyway as the beginning of this walk. The architecture of the pergola is basically, as you saw, the brick paving of it, patterned with a border. A series of columns and bays. Actually, the structure and the organization of those somehow is inspired by the existing trellis that's on the museum site. The height of it is 10 feet, 12 foot wide by about 45 feet, 42 feet long. And the structure on top of the columns, cedar beams and cross beams and open pergola structure. It's going to be used for their annual events and gatherings in the back of the museum.
The material you've referred to as composite.
Polystone composite. So it's basically a cast solid, not a true solid, but basically polystone they call it.
Is it polyvinyl? Is it, no, polystone.
Polystone it's referred to as.
Gentlemen?
I just have one comment. It's Alex, are there updated, because what we're seeing on the screen is not the same thing that we were given. So what I'm asking is, were there updated plans given to the village, Alex, that are different than what's in our packet?
Let me see what was given.
Because I think this is where the confusion, it's not a big deal, but this is where the confusion is, because everything in what we were given to review says proposed, 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 but everything was proposed is already done. And his drawings show it as existing, so I just want to make sure that we're all dealing with the same material.
I'm looking at something that says 11/10/22.
Yep. And mine says proposed terrace.
That's all says
proposed
proposed,
pergolas,
yeah.
but the drawings that we're seeing on the screens don't. So I just want to make sure that we have all the right materials here.
And also, for the record,
These-
if there's any change in signage, that has to come before the board as well.
Yes, there's no
See,
changes.
his version is
signage.
marked dining terrace, this is moved, I mean, it's not a big deal, but they're different than what's in our packet.
And I see on the plan, just that
Yes, what is the-
signs at street entry to be designed, so there obviously are new signs going to be a part of this plan.
And they're being moved from the current.
So,
Yes, I'm not proposing any sign here.
well, I'm
Well,
saying
some-
they're
Yes.
on the
On the
plan.
plan. You're referring to which sign here?
Well,
The first one is being,
the proposed site plan,
Yes.
unless this is incorrect,
it
and
says signs at street entry to be designed, and then at the back.
Oh, I see.
Then
Yeah.
at the back, you also have something about a sign, I believe.
Yes.
are those done too?
Mm,
Maybe they're already finished.
No.
Welcome sign is in the back, but just past
If
proposed terrace.
I don't know if you remember, actually, one of the board members about 3-4 years ago, pre-COVID, came up with a plan, which is a much larger master plan for various things, which at the time it was set to come back with more detail about various components of it.
Right.
This is just one aspect of that component,
Okay,
and
yeah, so
these
for where we
other
are
things.
For where we are today, let's just deal with the pergola.
The
'cause I get where
pergola
you're
is the
coming from.
only thing in this
I'm just
application.
saying that what we've been given to review differs than what is on the screen. So from that, we just need to clear that up, because we shall be looking at the same thing. As far as design materials, you've taken all of your cue from the existing pergola that's in the front of the museum, correct?
It was an inspiration, yes. And it's not all exact proportions or copy of that. No, not a exact replica of it. If that's what you're asking.
No, I just.
Are there period photographs showing, did they ever have a pergola? For
At that location?
No, just for the house itself. I mean, I know the rest of it is.
Oh, we have not come across any documentation of that. No.
I guess maybe I got a little hung up in the process and protocol and the timing of events and proposed versus already done. But I think Sarah brings up a good point. What's the historic relevance of a pergola to the Rogers Mansion?
I don't think there is, that's why I'm asking that question.
Yeah, and I think she brings up a very good point.
And it's very close to the
Yeah, it's close to the house. You have a pergola in front, and I realize this is a museum property, but at the same time,
There's a lot going on.
it's an historic mansion that deserves the
This-
recognition as a standalone house.
I mean, if you're saying, is there ever a pergola ever has been on? I mean, we have an existing pergola there to the east of the mansion.
No,
Yes.
but I'm saying.
If that's what you're asking.
No, you're,
No, regarding the specific, the mansion itself.
exactly,
No.
because it's very close to the Rogers house.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically centered between the property line and the mansion
Yeah.
itself, yes.
So it seems to me it takes away, it has no historical relevance
No, I wouldn't say it doesn't have any historical relevance.
Let me just finish my thought. So I'm struggling with the historic context with this, and additionally with concern that it detracts from the house itself, which is an historic house. So, I mean, anyway.
Yeah, I would say
What's
more research probably
I mean,
needs to be done.
well?
let me, can I?
Well, I just want one more question, and I know it doesn't necessarily relate directly with our decision, but why? Why?
What's its purpose?
Yeah, well, what's its purpose?
So the purpose is that basically number one was for primarily to increase access to the Southampton Historical Museum, and this pathway and this pergola.
Oh, that we
Talk
understand.
to us about the pergola, because the pathway's there.
Yes, the pathway
Yeah.
is there. So as far as the pergola, the museum has annual events, gatherings, fundraisers, and they want to use that for their fundraising purposes.
Yeah, now that you tell me what the purpose is, I've been to a number of events, and they do very well with tents and the like.
And
The pathway, even though, I might have given you a little bit of grief for it being laid down before we had a chance to approve it, I actually like it. And I think it opens up that area. So I give you kudos for designing a good pathway. And I then think you negate all of that by putting in a pergola that has its only reason for being is commercial.
It's not only the only commercial reasoning. I mean, first of all, that side of the building, prior to any of these pedestrian infrastructures, was basically an abandoned site. Nobody who had access to it, nobody saw that, nobody would even be able to, even the entrance to the museum itself is on the west side, the exposure from the street is on the south side of the property, the whole touring of the various village shops is on the east side. The north side of the property has been basically an abandoned portion of this property for years, and let's not underestimate. I mean, I personally am a fan of the backside of buildings. There is always a randomness about it, an informality, no symmetry in that sense. And actually, can you bring a picture of Connor, the backside of the building? Just to give you a little bit feel of what that side of the building looks like. And I agree with you, if there was some sort of a formality of architecture towards the side, that then this pergola would have to play a stronger composition role in that sense. But and I kept the height of the pergola as low as possible. It's not a tall structure. Go ahead, a couple of more photos. Mm-hmm. There we go. So there should be one more photo, or not?
Yeah, just slow down.
Okay, all right. Which basically what I'm trying to say is that it's basically typical to rear side of most buildings and lack of formal composition. That's typical of this side. There is a ramp there for the back entry. There's the air conditioning condensers lined up over there. So this was basically an abandoned portion of the site. And we've brought it back to life for purpose. That is a component of the museum. These museums do not survive if they don't have fundraisings, if they don't have activities and so forth. And this is creating a sense of place for that. And in a location that was never acknowledged by the village itself. So I wouldn't say that I'm imposing something that is alien to the area. I'm bringing it back, bringing it to life in that sense. I'm bringing some portion of the building that was totally ignored.
And point I'm making, and then I'll shut up and let other board members comment, is you created, if the space was abandoned, as you said, you've now created nice open space with beautiful brickwork that will create a permanent floor, to any event that they want to hold, have dancing on there. They could put a tent.
Well, there is a secondary, larger patio there.
They could put a tent above it anytime they want to. And in the meantime, you've got this nice open space as opposed to putting in a pergola that is almost as wide as the main element of the house, at least 2/3 of the full extent of the house.
Well, you get to the point where there's like almost one too many structures on the property to begin with.
And this isn't old, this hasn't been moved there.
Right.
So, I think, CMAC, we love your flat work, but the board is not inclined to approve a pergola. And I'll open it to public comment. Is there any public comment? Okay. Introduce yourself and tell us who you are. And
Sean Dennany, I'm a
Hi,
board
Sean.
director. One of the reasons, first of all, the village, from what I've been told, has not given us a dime in 50 years.
Okay.
So I just wanted to qualify that.
All right, thank you. I wasn't 100% sure of that.
I don't know where they got 50 years from, but the executive director had said it was at
All
that
right.
point in time.
Anyway, I take that comment back. Thank you.
No, it's all right. But
That's okay,
this is
Sean.
the first year we've looked at the property.
Yeah.
I'm on my second term as a board director. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm not a design architect, but I do see the value in marketing our museum. We do get some public funding through the school, but the board this year actually has given us $225,000 in 7 months. So there's a serious commitment to make something happen there in terms of additional events. Within a short period of time, Connor, you mentioned 2 people are looking at it for weddings, which they wouldn't have looked at before. They don't want the tent. They would go to the social club. They'd go to 75 Main. They would go to alternative venues, or they might, if it's large enough, they'd go to SAC. So we really have to up our game and make something a little bit more intimate in the back that we think makes sense. I spoke to the owner of St. Ambrose. He said there was 3 events that we could have received last year if in fact we had this look at that time. Because the pergola would make it a little bit more intimate. Granted, the open space, you can dance, you can do a lot of things. We are using it for educational purposes. It's not only meant for the Southampton School District, it's also meant for all the OLH, Tuckahoe. Nick Dino, the superintendent of the schools, has used the property for a substantial amount of events. We have to do that outdoors as well. Pergola also gives us some sort of shade to some. It's not the primary thing. I think it's more event-driven for a wedding, smaller parties. My daughter got married there. On a Sunday evening, we had a beautiful tent in the front. We had 120 people. The moon was coming up on a Sunday night, and we had an after party at 75 Main Street. Smaller parties, it's just it doesn't quite fit as well because we've lost prospects for smaller parties. 50, 35, 75. People who have high net worth that want to use the space. I am saying from a marketing perspective, this is important to us because there's only a certain amount of money we receive. Most of it comes from 2 events, the Halsey Gala and our inside-outside house tours. Both are successful, but we're very one-dimensional in having 2 events and thinking that we're going to be successful with the revenue we need. Our portfolio, as all portfolios have been down for 501c3s, they're down about 20%, maybe more depending on whoever was managing it. So with that loss, our board had decided we need to reinvest in this place. Someone had asked me why the landscape as the primary. I said facetiously, no one goes by the museum and says, nice roof. So,
It does need to be painted.
well, we need a lot of things, but
Yeah.
this will attract the monies we need. We can bring folks in there, we can show them what we're doing. We need over $1.7 million to repair that mansion. Village is not going to give it to us. I made a very strong presentation for the Gardner Foundation. They turned us down. I was surprised. I asked them why, and I'm on record with this with the village as well. They said, we will not give any money to a government-owned property. So we're not going to get certain private grants. We just received a grant from, where was it? 10,000 from?
From New York State.
Yeah, well, 10,000,
From
not going to
NISCA?
get, it's nowhere near $2 million for fixing up. So I'm speaking not from architectural landscape, I'm talking from a sales and marketing perspective.
yeah.
I know for a fact that we can increase that revenue, and I think it's important for us to survive, particularly in the next few years, because we got whacked like every 501c3 the past couple of years.
Right. So I very much appreciate and sensitive to the financial need. At the same time, we take it into consideration, but it's not our driver. We can't make our decisions on that. Our decisions are defined in the code as that which is harmonious to the area, that which is respectful of the property. And there's serious concern on the board's part that the structure as proposed is not consistent historically or to that house, and as such is disharmonious, because it would not be if that was, forget about, and I appreciate your honesty and frankness, but were it not that, the sentiment is that it's not an approvable structure.
Well, I'm just speaking for myself right
Yes.
now, but I don't know that I'm for or against the pergola. I was confused by the pergola. Because when we first walked in, we were asked to look at something. We got there and the work was already done. When I walked back there, I was like, I'm trying to sync up what I'm asked to review, which has already happened. So that was confusion, which I get. And then we come here, and when I first went there, it was like, obviously this must be an event space because there's like a 16 by 24 brick patio that's brand new, and there's another space, and I understand what your need is. My concern about the pergola, a couple things right now, is are we attempting to recreate in the back the history that lives in the front? And I don't know enough about the pergola in the front to know what their relationship is. And are we creating something that's not of its time, but may be something that you need? So what I would prefer is that we adjourn this for a minute and let us just get a little bit more information before we give you.
I'd like to
Full
invite
opinion.
maybe
Because I
some members of
understand-
the board to
I
come
understand, and I know-
and see what we're
Because I
doing.
understand where you're coming from, and I know
Yeah.
that when they do big events, other than the flea market stuff they do out in front and the sales, that when you have done fundraising in the back, it's not as 100% as it would be if you had more attractive areas in the back, what you're trying to create. So I get that part too, but now I feel like only now do I know the full story of what's going on here based on, and I would also say that we don't have accurate materials basis on what's showing to the public, so I'd like to get those in here. So from my perspective, I would like to see you adjourn it for a minute, and then let us take the additional information that you've given us and actually look at the site from a different perspective. Because when I looked at the existing pergola day versus the drawings, I didn't know if we were just trying to recreate history or what the purpose was. It seems to me you are, because I think if you increase the circulation in the back, there's parking that comes off the alley that heads out toward Fellingham's, and the parking lot in the front, you can get more parking access, which is great by improving the back lot. I get that. But it seems like the real purpose is here. It has more to do with the marketing and fundraising need that you have that this would help you with, and we need to figure out if this is the right way to help you accomplish that need.
Well, if you can get the village to give us.
Okay, that's
I
not
understand
my
that
pay
part.
grade. That's not on our pay grade, but what I
Yeah.
would say is if we could adjourn this tonight,
Yes.
because this has been a lot more information that we had going in, and let us step back for just a minute and review it, taking everything into consideration that you told us, which I sincerely appreciate.
Let me ask a question which, if it's for the purposes you mentioned, and the proposed terrace, which is now not proposed but actually there, why could not a pergola be built over that? If your concern is having shade and marketing and stuff, why not put the pergola over that and not take away from the house?
And we'd be moving it back from the house.
I wouldn't, all of those are good questions.
Yeah.
So, but let's,
Okay.
I would
Well,
ask.
you don't have to answer
yeah,
it tonight.
I would just say, why don't we adjourn this?
Yeah,
Okay.
good.
Why don't you supply us with what you're showing
Update,
the public?
I'll-
Let's start there.
Yes.
Well, we'll take in the new information
Okay.
and think about it probably from
I
a different
appreciate
lens.
it.
We've been thinking about it now, and now that we've erased the confusion versus what happened.
But just to be clear, though, the purpose is irrelevant
Yes.
from
We,
the purview of the board.
yeah.
Yeah.
We understand that.
Yeah.
So-
Even though the purpose is irrelevant as far as your purview, but I would strongly recommend that that be considered, because these institutions
We
cannot
have to be
survive.
consistent with our,
Right.
with our protocol, with all of the submissions across the village. This is just another submission, as
Right.
far as I'm concerned,
Right,
so.
exactly. And so anyway, without going into
Okay.
detail.
Very
But I think Mark has a great suggestion. We'd asked for public comment. There is none other than, I'm sorry, Sean. Anybody else out there? Okay, great. Then thank you, Sean,
Thank
as
you,
well.
Sean.
So I move that at the board's request, we adjourn to our next meeting, the application of the Village of Southampton, Southampton Historic Museum. Now, Sean, you said you don't take any money from the village, but the village is the applicant, so I'm a little confused. We don't have to address that
They own the
now?
property.
They own the property?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's,
We have some kind of a leasehold where we
Okay.
manage it, we maintain, it's
okay, I got it, okay,
preserving
question.
history.
okay.
Okay, can we get a second?
Can we get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Alice. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll see you guys in a month.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Alice. Okay. All right. I'm assuming that's terracing, landscaping.
No, it's brick and a railing.
Really? Okay. Okay, we should ask Alex to ask for that.
Seersucker?
Yep. Okay, Seersucker 3 LLC, 99 South Main Street, demo of an existing pool house and construction of a new house within the existing footprint. Seersucker 3 LLC, 99 South Main. Okay. Please introduce yourself.
So Frank Greenwald, architect, 295 Main Street, Sag Harbor. I'll just sort of run through some thoughts here quickly. My client, the client who owns this property, also owns the adjacent lot fronting on South Main Street, number 95 South Main Street, which is the Captain Edward Sayer house, which we renovated about 4 years ago with Wright and Company. My client purchased this lot to reconnect the main house to Lake Agawam and to be able to provide a small guest house. Our proposal includes the removal of the existing 3,500 square foot, somewhat nondescript residence, 2 small pool houses and an existing pool, and then the construction of a new 2,800 square foot, 1.5-story residence and a new swimming pool. No pool. Our goal was to keep the massing of this as small as possible, just because it's a fairly tight lot, and we proposed that by sort of breaking out the garage portion of the house from the main dwelling portion of the house as sort of 2 masses separated by a 1-story flat roof connector. We reduced the pyramid. Pyramid violation, we reduced the gross floor area, we reduced the overall roof heights. So it's a much smaller mass than what's existing now. It's a fairly traditional white painted, large exposure shingle sided building, chain roof. All the details we're proposing, which will match the main house. Custom Riley doors and windows, There's some lead-coated roof work around. And then finally, the new pool, which is set back substantially from the lake, set back substantially from where the existing pool is now. Let's pull that up. And yeah, that's what it is. So this is the existing, on the right is the existing main residence at 95 South Main Street in the Sayer House. This is the property that they've just purchased, which runs down to Lake on the lower left. We're proposing rebuilding the house in its current location. New swimming pool, I think it's 18 by 50 or 60. And then this is the existing pool and two little pool houses we're proposing to remove. And then the only thing I would add is that this house, or even the pool, is not visible from, obviously, from Main Street. It's the pool maybe is visible from Lake Agawam, but it's set back, I think, 250 feet from the lake. So it's this whole thing is set fairly far back from the lake. So it's really not visible from any public areas.
So, Frank, can you take us through the elevations?
Yes.
And also, can you speak to the not only the design but the materials and the fixtures and the fenestration?
Could I ask the date of what's being taken down? It looks brand new.
It's I don't actually know. It's relative. It's a relatively new house. I think it looks like it's been renovated a couple of times. It looks like it's been added on to over the years.
Okay.
It's a full two-story house.
Right.
This at the bottom of the sheet is what's the south elevation, which is really the sort of main entrance of the house. There's a front door. There's a small porch, screen porch, second story, just sort of built into the eaves. This sort of one-story connector, and then there's a little garage. This is the elevation of the garage. Then pond elevation is on the upper left. This is facing the pond, the screened-in porch, a little kitchen, and then the second floor bedroom. And this is the elevation below it that faces the neighbor. And show you. So it's fairly traditional. This is a little bit complicated to see, but the red portions are the existing building that we're proposing to remove, and the darker portion is the proposed building. So we're just trying to cut the mass down. So it's basically a two-bedroom house. There's one bedroom on the second floor, one bedroom on the ground floor. As I said, it's about 2,800 square feet of gross floor area, and a little two-car garage. There's no garage for the main house. So. And part of this proposal is to remove, although it's not part of this application, but to remove the pool at the main house at 95. We'd remove that pool and just property would just have one pool down on the lake.
Okay.
Yes, right now on 95 there's a swimming pool here, which we will propose as a separate application to remove that once this is sort of up and built.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, we'll start with you on the right first this time, and then swing down this way.
Oh, that would be me.
That could be you.
Interesting. I'm trying to set this on the property in relation to the neighboring homes. And with that in mind, the roof deck is always a concern of mine. It's sizable, and I would like to see what that relationship is to the surrounding homes and properties.
You can see there's a driveway that sort of runs along, which I guess is the north side of the road.
Right.
There's a driveway that runs to the back property, and separates it from the adjacent property. And there's some pretty heavy permanent planting. The only reason for the deck was just to try to break the massing of it.
That makes sense. It does.
And the idea would be that we would, from the front of the house, we would plant this section out pretty heavily so that you'd read this little garage and then you'd read this little cottage and sort of plant out that section.
I know, I understand that, but it just seems like a bit of a hodgepodge of of things being put together. I don't know. Mark, this one's a...
I had the only question, I did have the same question about the roof deck because it's a very narrow lot. And if we were going to have any noise or light issues to the neighbors to the north or the south, granted because it is a very long, deep, a very narrow, long lot. I actually think the hyphen that you've put between the garage block and the house block is attractive. If the, as long as we're satisfied with the deck not being a noise issue, that doesn't bother me. I think the house itself is nice. It's not often people renovate down, so we appreciate that. And
it's not often we do.
And nobody ever renovates down; they tear down and rebuild smaller, I guess. I think the garage doors are handsome. I think the massing the house is nice. I think the fenestration patterns make sense to me in this house. My biggest concern, really, the only question I would have is the deck and any John's issue, anything potential to the neighbors.
I mean, we would, not to interrupt, but I mean, we do have a door up there. You know,
Yeah.
we could kill the door and just put a window in there up at the top of the stairwell. I don't think there's no program to use that roof deck for anything. It was really just to break the massing of the thing down. So
Yeah.
I don't think they have any issue with closing that off.
Well, that would certainly take away a quick concern there. But I'd like to, Sarah.
I think it's a very handsome design. It's a relief to see good window-to-wall ratios and fenestration patterns. And the only thing that I would say is that you have to apply for a demolition permit, and it's a committee of 2, and we will rush out and take a look. And then it's pending that, basically.
I think that's part of the building permit application.
Well, a formal application has to be submitted, and then Mark and I go out with our.
We'll go back.
We'll go
Yeah,
back.
we'll go
I
back.
went this afternoon, and
Yeah.
it's a fabulous site, and I think what you're proposing is excellent. So thank you.
I think to one of John's concerns, I think this is one of those designs that in 3D probably look like in three-dimensional probably makes more sense even than in 2D.
Mm-hmm.
But if you could think about the deck issue, because on the over the garage side it says playroom, so there's just a concern that between the house and the garage, the playroom connector to the house, where the noise issue could be. So if you just think about that, but to Sarah's point, I think the window-to-wall ratio is quite lovely in this house.
The only reason for the playroom is to meet the minimum size requirement in the village in Southampton.
I'd like to. Can you repeat that?
Nobody
Nobody ever has to work to meet the minimum here.
Thank you.
It's very odd, but that's the only reason for that space. It's just, I mean, they're probably not going to use it for anything but storage, but we needed to increase the square footage to meet the minimum Southampton Village requirement for gross floor area.
We'll come play anytime.
Can we approve this without a demo, though? Doesn't this the cart before the horse a bit? Without having a demo permit, can we?
Well, it's in their historic district, so it's going to be subject to written decision. I do want to see if there any public comment, and then we can address whether the deck has a door or not. Okay, but let me ask.
At the next meeting.
What's that?
At the next meeting.
At the next,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So any public comment?
We can't approve this for written decision without the demo permit being done in advance.
among other things, in the revised plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any public comment? No. Okay, well, I think the only revision that was being spoken about was the
roof deck door.
The roof deck
to
door.
window.
Yeah, I
And-
mean, we'd certainly eliminate the door if that's an issue. It's not.
If you can do that and then have updated plans, and then go ahead and, I think you will have to apply for a demo permit in order for us to approve it. And I don't know, I think we may have to do that before we can approve the house, so we can do it at the same time. So if you can go ahead and get that application, Sarah and I will trot over and look at it, because we're the demo committee. And then we can, and then bring it back, and then we can probably figure this out in the next January meeting.
Very good.
Good.
Okay, great. So I move that we, in this case, both the applicant and the board request an adjournment to our next meeting. Okay, do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. Okay, good. All right.
Thank you very much.
All in favor? Aye, thank you.
What a relief.
All right. Now, First Pasture LLC, 260 First Neck Lane, partial demo of an existing porch, exterior alterations, and new proposed porch. Is the applicant here for that?
Mr. Cope.
I'm trying to give, you may not want it, but I'm looking for the video there. Whoop. There, okay. Okay, hi. Good evening, everyone. I have another reasonably small ask at, I hope, at 260 First Neck. If I could share the screen. What do I need to do to share the screen? There we go. Okay. Okay, so. This is the context. This is a house that we've been fiddling with for a while. And the most recent request was for a circular porch addition at this outside corner. I wish that I had Melissa Rivas here, because part of the reason was there's the potential for a really nice long diagonal view at the gardens that Ed and Melissa have been working on for a long time. And so this circular porch, which we're looking to add here at the corner, was going to give us a way to approach that landscape view. The house itself, I'm not sure that you remember from the times I've been before on it, but it's kind of a house without a whole lot of style. It's been through many renovations and additions before we laid hands on it, and we've been doing things here and there, which I think overall have made it quite a lot better. Any questions? Can I show you more context? What would you like?
Context is great.
Did you catch that?
Sorry?
Sarah was saying, yes, context.
Oh, context would be great. Well,
Yes.
okay, so here's the floor plan of that end of the house. And we've added the kind of porch that continues to wrap around the inside with a series of additions. And that's again, the location of the corner roof. This is the area of the elevation that we'd be intruding in. I hope this share continues. Is that, as I scroll, do you get?
Yeah, this is good.
Again, here it is from the east side. It's not visible from the street. It's tucked in way behind. And that's the scale of the addition.
And is any of the actual historic?
No.
No.
there's no-
This
there's
is
no
all, this
historic
all an
value.
add-on to an add-on, right?
Yeah, and if I'd had my druthers, I would have taken off the kind of heavy-handed exterior trim.
Gotcha.
But that's for another day.
Mhm.
Where we've had the opportunity, we've changed it.
I mean, it's,
I'm gonna see if I can find I'm not sure I have the site plan in this set, but, no,
it's like
sorry.
you're adding yet another element to an already confused
Yeah.
looking house. But if
Yeah.
it's not visible from the street, I guess, whatever
That's
the owner
right.
wants.
That's right. It's getting closer and closer to looking like it might have once been something, but it.
We're just not sure what that something is.
Exactly. So, anyway, there you go.
Sarah?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with it. If there's a piece of the true cross, I would be hard put to find it, so thank you.
Okay.
So,
I feel like, part of me feels like it's just the one element too many, but on the other hand, I understand why you're looking for it, and it's not a historic element to it, so.
okay,
As this house continues to grow in all sorts of directions. Okay.
okay, any public comment? Okay, Alice, do you have enough information?
No, I have no information. Can you just tell me what elevation we're talking about?
Okay,
We're talking about the sort of southeast corner.
Southeast corner.
The southeast corner of the wraparound porch.
Oh, okay. So I got that it's okay. I'm not touching the historic fabric.
We are not touching
No.
any historic
There
value.
is no historic fabric to touch.
No,
Yeah.
that's why I said no piece of the true
Well
cross.
said, yes.
They're expanding what was the covered corner and putting in a round porch element.
Okay, I'm good.
There you go.
okay, if Alice is good, then I'm good to move to submit this to written decision with approval of the plans as submitted. Okay, do I have a
Second.
second on that by Mark? All in favor?
Aye.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you as well.
Why do I feel like we'll see you again?
There's always a chance. Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye, you too.
Tree lighting over Christmas.
Okay, so now we're going to move to public hearings in the non-historic district. And, okay, good.
Yeah, sorry.
Do you need a break?
You can move on if I can just have a minute.
Yeah, sure. How about you folks out there? Anybody need a break, or you want to continue on? We're good? Okay. Board members, you okay? All right. Alice will manage without you. Okay, we'll try. Okay, so the first application is that of Nathan and Jennifer Ondiak at 46 John Street, partial demo and of existing front porch and construction and proposed screen. Yes, hello.
Hi, good evening, board members. I can share my screen and pull
Okay,
everything up.
well-
I'm just not sure how to.
Yep, oh yeah, first
Heather
tell
Wright.
us who you are.
Into the microphone, tell us your name, your address.
Yeah, I will. I just want to make sure I can get you
Okay,
from my computer to the screen, if that's okay.
Are you signed in on Zoom?
I am.
Okay, great. Just-
Yes. Yeah, okay, okay, good. Do I join as a panel? Yeah. Okay. I can? Okay. Great, perfect. Okay, good evening, board members. Heather Wright for the applicant, Jennifer and Nathan Ondiak, 30 Main Street, Southampton. Here today with our architect, Siu Liu. And so I know that this matter has been before the board 3 times already. This is the 4th. And so that's sort of the reason for my involvement, was just hopefully to answer some of the questions that you had, address some of the comments that you had over the last couple meetings, and see if we can get this over the finish line. I submitted a letter and exhibits to you, which I believe answered a lot of the questions that you had. So I don't plan to, kind of reiterate that for you. But I do want to talk a little bit before I get into our new proposed design. This issue of the history of the porch. Board Member Latham, I think you were correct, 100% correct at the last hearing when you said there's been a lot of changes and renovations to this house, and that would also include significant modifications to the porch. In 2000, the porch was renovated from top to bottom. Even part of the house was renovated, right? So new railings were put on, they were smaller. New columns. Railings were actually added to the top and lower level of the porch that didn't exist prior to 2000. The steps to the porch were widened significantly and also made longer and rounded to kind of match the existing roundness of the porch that exists now. And all this went before the board at that time, 22 years ago. So that's what exists now. But
Those are expansions. So the railing was added to the second floor in the 90s.
correct. The adding was.
Can you answer this question? When was the porch actually put on the house?
Well, it's not clear. I can tell you that a round porch appears on the 1926 Sanborn map. I don't think there's any question about that, the shape, the round shape.
Right.
But there's no evidence that between then and the renovation in 2000 of what transpired with respect to that round porch, how wide it was, how deep it was. We don't know any of that. We just know what was on the Sanborn map, which, and I researched from there to now to see if I could find anything, and there really wasn't anything. And there wasn't anything in the ARB file when it was reviewed in 2000 other than the pictures that I submitted with my application, which I'm happy to call up if you, don't need to.
But the round porch did exist as far back as 1926.
Yeah. Yes, so let's.
That's what I was trying to establish last time.
I agree, and that's what
I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay, and that's what I think I heard when I watched it, which is you wanted to know that answer, and that's the answer. And so what we did was we took your comments and your concerns, and what we heard is the board is interested in retaining that some form of that roundness of the porch. The look and feel, I think, Mr. Chairman, you said it's an attribute that you would look favorably upon maintaining. And, the owners, too, have an interest in repairing. Actually, the porch itself is in really poor condition. The second story of the porch is quite dangerous, actually, so they can't even exit onto the porch because it's not very stable. So they want to, they obviously want to fix it, but they also want to change it a little because it's so dark, it's so massive, and it's very deep. And like when you're on, I don't know if you were actually up on the porch there, but it's really dark, and so that darkness kind of goes into the windows on the first floor and makes the house very dark. So what we've designed and what you have in front of you, and I can pull the plans up if you like. Let's give this.
If you could for the public.
I will try. Okay. Okay. Plans first, would that be helpful?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So what we've done, you can see, is that we've retained the round shape of the porch on both the upper and lower level. We just decreased the depth and shortened it a little bit on either side. We maintained the railings on the second floor. And so it kind of gives us that light and openness and airiness that we're missing right now, but sort of still preserves that round shape so that when someone goes up and down John Street, they're going to see the house with the round porch and they'll say it's a house with a round porch that's been there, but it's just, it's just nicer round porch. So that's sort of what our goal was after we heard your comments.
Can you compare the circumference of what was on the 1926 Sanborn, 25 Sanborn versus what's being proposed?
I can't tell from, honestly, I can't tell from the Sanborn map. I can tell you that we reduced the depth of what's there now by 4 feet.
See, Lou, did you?
Yeah, we,
No, but I mean, you.
the architect, yes, we reduced it by 4 feet, and I do have the Sanborn map. I couldn't really tell exactly the size. So that's what it is.
Okay.
And we,
All right.
we just basically, the porch is very close to the street.
Yeah, get your
The
mic.
porch is very close to the street, and it looks very stuffy there. By reducing it a little bit, I think it looks more open and reduce a lot of the nonconformity.
And it also is what we represented to the ZBA that we would do when the ZBA granted the variance for the pool. They asked that question, and you're going to make the porch more conforming, and the answer to that was yes. So, we also have that piece of it.
Okay, continue.
Sure. So with respect to the screen side porch, right, we also heard your comments and your opinion on that. So we sort of abandoned that idea of it's no longer a screen porch. If you think about where the plan started at the first hearing and where they're ended up now, the last hearing, I believe we reduced the size in half, and now we're down to, just give me 1 second, I believe it's 89 square feet, so it's no longer a porch, it's really just a covered entryway, which makes a lot of sense, I think, as well in this house, because when you pull in the driveway, right, and you're coming into the house, nobody uses the front door. They're using that side door. They're bringing the groceries in the side door, and that side door leads right to the kitchen. So it's kind of, the idea is to have sort of a covered entryway where you can leave your boots and your umbrellas, you can get your keys
Like
out.
an open mudroom in a way.
In a way, yeah. And it's sort of appropriate for a house that has a side door like this. Because right now, what we have is let me show you some photos. This is what was 2000, but, hold on 1 second. So this is what you have now. And you have these sort of tiered steps, which are not in great condition, and actually don't really even look that nice. They're sort of out of place for the door there. So having this like nice entryway with some lattice, actually I think adds a lot of character and charm to the house. So I think this was a good compromise to what was originally proposed.
Anything else?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So we also listened to the board's concern about the roof line of that side porch, side entryway, and it used to be a little gable. We just did a very simple shed roof coming down with a open lattice, and tie in with a little lattice fence.
I mean, I for one like what you've done here. I think the what you've done with the side porch makes it gives it much more of a cottage feel, and like you said, the steps in the existing home, it just doesn't make sense it looks almost too contemporary for the age of the house. I like what you've done with the side porch, and I think the front porch looks really nice as well. It gives you the light that you're looking for in the first floor. My question is that the second floor, is that really, is it going to be used? Is it necessary to have a big door there, or could you just, use windows instead? Or is that something that we feel strongly about from a historical standpoint? Were there, like French doors, looking back to the history of the house, or was it?
All I could see in the history was what was there prior to 2000, and there was a door there. I can tell you it's a usable door.
Usable door, okay.
But one of the goals of the homeowner was and one of the reasons for reducing the size or the depth was
more
because they don't want to use it, to be honest with you, because they don't really want to be on the street. And
I think it's fine. I like what you've done. I think it's a good compromise from where we started and some of the other proposals that were put in place. I like this. And I actually especially like the side porch. I think that really adds a nice, like I said, cottagey, look and feel to the house.
Okay. Sarah?
The placement of the 2 columns rather than 4 columns is a a little bit random in that you have them in front of the window in framements.
I actually think that the rendering that you have is a little, I don't believe, and you can confirm this, but the reason we don't have 4, and we did look at 4 columns, was that the 4 columns was crowded actually, and the 2 additional columns were right in front of the window, and that sort of defeated the purpose of the light. So I don't believe that these 2 columns are directly in front of the window, so it actually opens it up a little bit.
But the 4 feet that you're talking about is the arc of the porch, the section of the porch, and you've shortened the porch by how much on each side?
2.5 feet. 2.5 feet.
Okay.
Mark?
I think the compromise for the porch does a couple of things. I think, where some of our neighbors' concerns are, it keeps the original intent. I kind of agree with Sarah. I'm not sure that the spacing on them in front of the window is ultimate there, because they don't look like they're in front of the window in the rendering, but they look like they are in the elevation.
It's the elevation that I was looking at.
Yeah, and the elevation there in front of the windows is where you want light. I actually think that if you're looking for that, your side entry is still 11 feet wide by 7 feet deep. So it brings it really close to the one window, and instead of extending an existing roof line, you're adding another roof element, which to me takes a little bit from the sort of cottage feel of this house. So I actually think that if we could bring it down in scale and align the roof line better, it would blend into the house instead of being another design element, which I think would make it look less intrusive. And I don't really think you need, because this is more than boots and coats here, this is furniture in this space that you're proposing. So I think if you just took it down and could bring the roof line to match existing, or come up with a design that makes it a little bit smaller, then it would truly be a covered porch and not an attempt at a,
Yeah, you're coming
porch.
down the eave and going straight down, rather than coming down from the secondary elevation.
because I think the roof line you have right now competes with the original intent of the house.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
So you're talking about 2 things. One is the width of the covered area, which is 10'6".
Yep.
And then another thing you're talking about the eave.
Well, see, where you've got your depth, where it's 8'6", now your exterior stairs to go on your quote-unquote covered porch extend beyond the house. Whereas if you made your 8'6" width shorter and made this truly into a covered entry instead of a semi-patio, then the stairway would actually be pulled closer to the house as well, and then the roof line would be
match,
more congruous to the house itself. Because if it's going to be a covered porch, let's make it a covered porch, not halfway between a covered porch and a not quite screened patio.
So just to be clear, to make sure I understand, the two steps that that jut out from.
Yes, if you extend this roof line, that pulls this in, the stairs then come inside instead of standing proud of the house, and it's a very narrow lot already, and then pull it back toward the door from the window and make truly a colored entrance is sort of a half and half, because right now it's really too big for a covered entrance. It looks like it could be a screen porch and just kind of isn't. So I think if we could, and then it brings the roof line into a more attractive against the original intent of the house from the massing of the house to the street.
So you're asking us to reduce the depth a little bit.
The width and the depth.
To make sure the steps are within the outline.
By extending the existing roof, by extending the existing.
Okay. The
Moving it away from
existing-
the kitchen window closer to the door.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Moving the wall away from the window and moving it closer to the door, so there's more space on both sides of the window,
Okay.
the kitchen window.
So you want us to reduce the length a little bit too?
Correct.
Okay. And that I got. I didn't quite get it. What do you mean by extending the existing roof line?
No, not extending, matching this roof line.
When you look at the pitch, at the,
You-
look
There are
at
two
the
different
pitch of the
pitches here.
existing roof, and then suddenly it changes pitch.
If you match that roof line, the porch will be actually more pronounced, right?
I don't
Right
know
now,
that-
may
I
actually.
don't know that I agree with that.
you're asking me to match with the pitch of the roof behind?
No, the front pitch of the roof in the front.
In the front.
Which one?
Yeah,
Not
can you
the
just
roof
move down a little
behind.
bit?
Okay, so we're not gonna design by committee here. What I'm saying is I think if you take away the width and the depth and make this truly a covered porch and not a semi-patio, and look at what the pitch is of the roof on the front of the house, and then come back to us with truly a covered porch, then I think that's gonna be more harmonious to the architecture style of the house.
The pitch on the back is different than the pitch on the front. I've not,
The pitch in the back is the existing. The pitch in the front where the covered porch is, I cannot make it too steep because there are windows on the dormer. I can't touch it. I have to be
no,
a little bit
You're not
lower.
following me.
Okay, could we go to the other page?
Yeah,
The other, the second page?
of the plans?
No, the other, yeah, the A2.
Okay. Is it this one?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
You can see the, put the mouse here. Yeah, you can see this one, I cannot make it too steep. It's gonna touch the window.
Yes, you can. If you pull if you pull where your stairs are toward the house
Yeah, I'm
and
going.
drop it down, the pitch of that roof is gonna drop down to match what is the pitch at the front of the house.
I think I can make it steeper, probably not an exact match of what's in the back,
Well,
because,
you know what we've asked for, and do your
but
best.
I understand,
we're
but
not- we're not
I
gonna
may
design
not
by-
be able
Right, right.
to
So
satisfy the
We're
exact.
telling you what we think,
Okay,
and then take that into consideration and come back with us with an acceptable solution.
Okay, so just so that we're all clear, because this is the fourth time we're here.
I understand.
No, I know.
It's more than that. Yes.
No, I understand. So the front porch, the board is comfortable with the design of the existing front porch, can I?
With,
As designed?
I'm quizzical about the location of the columns and the windows, but I may be mistaken.
as long as the columns don't obscure from
The
looking
windows.
straight into the house,
Right.
as long as the columns aren't obscuring the windows, that's
Yeah.
your concern.
yeah,
Yes,
because
okay.
according to the flat drawing, they do.
Okay, so
Okay.
we'll look at that, but
yeah,
other,
basically what you're saying is the width seems fine, the compromise seems fine, just take a look at the columns and how they line up against the windows.
Right. I will add
And
one
we
thing.
need public comment.
We're
Understand.
not there yet, but I will add one thing. On one of the drawings, there was an intent, or at least it showed us an intent to have parking in the front.
there's no parking in the
There's
front.
not
The revised
parking.
drawings that we sent you have
Good.
removed
Yeah.
that.
Good.
Let me go
Good,
to the
great.
site.
Site plan, okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk a little bit about the site plan. You can see the parking right now. In front of the parking, we actually have room for the shrubbery before we start the rose lattice.
That's fine. Whatever
You
you're
took
doing
away
there.
the
So we
you-
took
you-
away the front part.
You took away the turnout, and that's good.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
definitely no front part. That
Okay.
in the second meeting, we already took it off.
Okay.
But we didn't have the shrubbery in front of the parking. Now
Okay.
we reduced the covered porch a little bit more, so we have 4 feet in front of it to put
Okay.
put plants there.
So the only other issue, and as Mark said, I think we've given you as much direction as we would hope you would need or would be useful without designing it ourselves.
Right.
To
Yeah.
make it a porch.
Okay, I just wanted to get
and then
clarity on the front
Posts
porch.
on the front porch and the
That's fair.
pitch of the proposed,
Yeah, I will
porch.
definitely alter the porch, the pitch, because it got shorter, it can be a little bit steeper.
Exactly.
It may not be,
We should
still
go to
may not
public
be
comment.
exact match of the
Okay.
back.
Good.
Okay,
Public?
any public comment?
We got a letter.
We did, thank you. I wasn't able to print it out.
I think I have.
But
I may be wrong, but I did print it out.
Is this the email that we got today?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's from Eric Winkler.
I read it, but I don't think I printed it.
had to do with the,
gives
little
it-
bit of the history of the
The porch.
front porch, which we've
covered that.
addressed.
They think the existing porch is part of the charm of the house.
So we've
Right.
resolved that.
And we agree with that. It's just a matter of compromising on the actual dimensions.
There is a photograph from 2000 of it, what it looked like in 2000.
Yep, and I can bring that up right now.
Okay. So I think, were there other
This is what it
concerns in his letter?
No, I think the interesting
That was
part
it.
of the letter, they're giving us history that, from the neighbor, that she was aware that the rounded porch had been there since the 50s.
Yeah.
So what, as
And-
it
Right.
currently exists, because there had been some question along the way of when
Right.
that porch went on, if that is the porch that was on the house, so
Right.
that was interesting, but
Right.
as you said, it was on your sandboard map.
Which is
So,
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, board, we do have Eric on Zoom. His hand was just up.
Oh, great.
Okay,
You're
great.
welcome.
Yep.
Eric, you're welcome to speak for yourself rather than us read your letter.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Yes, I think that the plans look much better. Just because it's the fourth time doesn't mean necessarily that's an issue. I think the design is much better. And you said, as you said, the house, when it was renovated in the early 90s, it was a very controversial expansion at the time already. It was shortly after the pyramid law was introduced. So if you're, I mean, clearly that porch was there for since the house was built. Whether maybe in the 90s, it obviously was in very bad condition, had to be refurbished. But so I think it's important to take that into consideration. But definitely the new design is better than anything that was there before.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
And thank
Okay.
you for your input.
Yep,
Appreciate it.
It's always
Thank
good. Any other public comment? Okay, so I move that we adjourn to our next meeting, the application of Nathan and Jennifer Ondiak at 46 John Street. Second on that.
Second.
Second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we'll see you after the
5.
holidays. Okay?
We're not nearly a record yet.
We're getting
But that should about
Yeah.
close it up, I
I
think,
think
right?
so.
Yeah,
Not even
progress.
Yeah, really.
Thank you, yeah. Sure. Heather, thanks for the research. Thank you, see you. We're just gonna give one of our board members a break. That's okay. Next is Tamara, David White's, Tamara Carmichael and Todd Grossman, 93 David White's Lane. We continue to have a quorum. I think we can start.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay to go?
Yeah.
Good evening, Robert Fischetti, Fernando Fischetti, 320 Hampton Road, Southampton, for the applicant. When we were here last, you were not happy, which I understand, with the lights that were on our plan. Since then, my client has worked with their architect to find a more minimalist design of lights, downward facing. They reduced in number. 4 of the lights were removed, including that one on the top of the peak of the garage. They tell me they checked this with the building department as far as dark sky and everything. It is downward facing, so my understanding is it complies with the code. We hope that you like the design.
Okay, let's see. Do we have that on the screen for the public's benefit?
Yes. 93 David White.
I think it's going to make an incredible difference, though, having the downward facing lights.
Like the name of the attachment? No, I
Yes,
don't
they
know.
removed they removed the,
They were two, or
they removed the one in the center of the 2 garage doors. They removed the
that one as well,
the searchlights that were up in the,
and the one on the side as well.
the one on the side. They removed one of the 3 that was along the pool side.
So they went from 9 to 6.
7 is one you can't see, I think.
Oh, on the other side, right.
Yeah, and they went to farm style goosenecks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they're all,
and they also took away that motion light that was in the,
Yeah. Well,
above the garage.
What a
I
diff- you
think
know,
it's fine.
it's,
Looks fine to me.
it's interesting when you look at these things, and you just see the difference between that and that, just by a couple of lights.
well, just the size
Yeah.
alone was just
Oh my God.
overwhelming.
Okay.
It's the value of simplicity.
It is rare. So, if you don't immediately have it, I mean, we were only
We can look
talking
at-
about lights.
Yeah, the only question I have, can you tell me what do you happen to know the wattage and type of light? The light color, is
yes,
it 3,000, 2,800?
Watts, 100-watt bulb, medium E26 base, bulb shape A19.
Okay, is there a color temperature in there? Does it say like 2,800 or 3,000?
I submitted the spec sheet, 100-watt maximum.
100 watts is a lot, no?
Yeah, I'm sure,
lot of
I'm
light.
su- I'm sure they wouldn't do that.
I think that's just the maximum, I don't think that's what
okay,
they-
got it.
Oh, that's a spec sheet, no?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what it will do, okay.
Okay.
It's a 5-year warranty.
Anybody?
No further comments from me, or I think any of the other board members. Any public comment? Okay, no. I don't think we need to show the minor changes in lights, unless you have them to Jay. No? Okay. So, there were no other changes other than that, so I would move that we accept the applicant's new submission, which was dated, what the heck? No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll date stamp it.
8th of December.
Yeah.
Okay, 12/8. And a second on that, please.
Second?
Second by Mark, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Okay, thank you, have a good night.
thank you, Robert, thank you
Thank you.
for, okay. All right, we're on the last page, but we've got a number of applications here. 30 Bellows Court. Thank you, folks, everybody who's been patient, or maybe not so much, but you're here. Okay, thanks. Is the applicant for 30 Bellows Court? Okay, sounds good.
I just look over the job.
I just stacked them the way I saw the agenda, so this is for 30 Bellows Lane, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think he's on Zoom.
Okay.
Someone's on the move.
Where is it? Bellows Court. Okay.
We're calling from a phone.
There we go.
And he's back.
Ron, you're on mute.
We can't hear you.
So, no sound.
No sound.
Is your Bluetooth on?
Look at you solving problems.
Yeah, well, that's about the extent of my.
We do listen to music.
All right, let's do this. let's give him one more second, and then what we'll do is, Charles, if he comes back in, we'll slide him into the next
I'm very
slot.
confused.
Okay?
I am not sure that the floor plans are
Match.
are represented in the elevations. It looks like you have 3 chimneys and there's only one on the.
Yeah, something's crazy here.
All right, well, let's give the applicant a chance to
And if that's the
come
case,
in.
it's
Okay,
incomplete.
so, let's move on, and then we'll do a second call. Okay, Claire and David Kershey adjourned, subject to ZBA determination. 71 Hill Street, requesting a demo of existing commercial building, construction of a new hotel.
There's, on the front there are three chimneys, but inside there's only one.
Yeah. There's 3 on the, there's 3 in the plan and only one on the elevation.
Okay, please introduce yourself.
Hi, good evening. Jack Coogan. I'm the architect representing 71 Hill Street.
Okay.
And we were here last month to describe a new hotel of 44 suites to be constructed on on Viridian Way, adjacent to the present Southampton Inn. Justin, could you put up the site plan so we can remind the folks about what we presented last time? This is a site plan that was approved by the planning board, and we'll scroll through, and you'll see it's Hill Street is on the right side, which is to the south. Veranda's perpendicular. The present Southampton Inn is on the west side of Viridian Way, and the proposed hotel is across Viridian Way, and you'll see it rendered in yellow, flanking a central pool terrace.
Jack, just for clarity, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but 44 units, is that 44 hotel units? What's the breakdown
Correct.
between hotel and residential?
The 44 units are 44 suites in the hotel. In addition to that, there are proposed 6 apartments above the existing buildings that face onto Hill Street.
On Hill Street, that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we can scroll to the next drawings, Justin, if you would, please. And just to remind you of the drawings that we presented last time, which there were some comments about, and we sought to adjust them with some redesign. These are the ones we brought last month rather, and we'll scroll to the new changes. These are the prior, and these are the new proposed. One of the comments that we sought to address was the board felt that it was a little bit too many things happening, I believe. It was said to be overwrought, I think was the term, and that there was too many elements, perhaps. There are porches off of each of the suites. There was also an entry pergola that was felt to be a little maybe excessive. So we've eliminated that entry pergola, and there'd be a hedge there separating the entrance, the street, from the pool area, which is between the 2 buildings. Each building is basically identical mirror image and flanking that central pool terrace. So in our redesign, we sought to modify and consolidate and simplify the elevations. Justin, could we see the next drawing, please? These are the elevations facing north and south. The inner elevations will face onto the pool, and the outers onto parking lots on either side of the building. What we've done here is to consolidate the terraces and the porches to put them together so there aren't so many elements. We also simplified the upper floor the attic terraces off of the suites up there by including them into the pitch of the roof. So there is a lot less railing, a lot less of those types of features, and it's just simplifying the lines and cleaning it up and organizing basically vertically the various window fenestrations, porches, dormers, and elements, and trying to just to make it more compact, keep the lines simpler, and we have some renderings of what our proposed building will look like. This is one looking from Viridian, looking north, across Viridian from the Southampton site. And the next one is looking in the other direction, looking south. So I hope that these drawings are clear enough for you to be able to review.
Okay.
On this elevation on Viridian, you know, since the buildings are the same, I sought to break down the massing of it, since you have two big gable ends facing onto the street and they were identical. I wanted to treat them differently. I mean, we do have the same floor plan, and we still have the same program, but I sought to break it up in different ways. So they would be related to each other, but not the same, to try to create some variety and break down the scale in that way.
Yeah, eliminating that that breezeway connector between the buildings really lowers the profile of the buildings in a positive way, from my perspective. The cupolas on top, I'm not sure how.
Well, yeah.
That's kind of a
Well,
unnecessary ornamentation.
No, I mean, I'm going to make them a little smaller, actually. But what they are are to hide the, vents and
for
plumbing
the-
stacks.
Gotcha.
The stacks,
Yeah, that's much more attractive looking than the, so, yeah. Okay,
Just-
can you tell us about the materials that will?
Well, yeah, I still would like to, it's going to be a clapboard siding. Rather than wood, I would propose to use a fiber cement siding. Just, this is a commercial building, and I believe it's more appropriate in terms of fire protection and durability and maintenance. The roof also would be a fiberglass architectural shingle, very exactly the same as the one on the present building across the street.
How about the shutters?
There they are, right.
Oh.
This is the piece of the.
Is it hardy board?
Yeah, and this is the GAF architectural shingle.
And-
sleeve line.
And that's the green that's being proposed for the shutters?
Well, the colors, are certainly open to discussion, but there are very limited number of colors. It's a black and white building for the most part, but we thought on the shutters and on the entry doors and select places, we would add a color, whether it's green or perhaps a blue. But, we're looking at a few different things on that.
And the material of the shutters?
Those would be aluminum.
I'd rather not see shutters
Yeah.
than have an aluminum shutter.
Eh,
Is there
I mean, we also could do them in wood. We can do them in wood and just,
That would be preferable for me.
okay.
So let's do this. Let's have the board comments, and then Jack, we'll give it back to you. So Sarah, why don't you give Jack your collective thoughts, the totality of your thoughts?
Sorry. I think the uniting the balconies has helped a great deal as far as the design. I think the use of hardy board makes sense. I actually have it on our house. It paints well, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a stark white. It can be painted a softer white.
Mhm.
I would like to get closer up on the roofing material, and I would prefer no shutters to aluminum shutters.
Okay. Well, we will say that we will provide wood shutters.
And there's a detail that I can't look at it, I mean, I can't see all of it, but you've, on the, in your rendering, you have
Yeah, in both sides, we have a covered portico coming in, just a porch at the entry.
well, when you have a frieze that's this big and then an overhang that's this big, it doesn't make for a very pretty picture.
In here?
Yes, you've
Yeah.
got
Okay, yeah,
you've got a very thin architrave molding, and then underneath you have a wider, and it comes across as not basically a unresolved return.
Okay, I understand. I will develop that detail for you.
And the depth of the second story window projections, I don't, it's hard to tell how deep they are on the facade on the left-hand side of your other screen.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shadow is a little extreme, but it is 18 inches deep. Or 2 feet, it's projected on this elevation.
So that's a 18 inches is a little.
Well, it's 2 feet.
Oh.
2 feet. It's
Little
a suspended oriel projection.
Okay, Mark, we'll go to you and then
Okay,
to John.
to be honest with you, I still find it period confused. You've got Chippendale rails, but then you've got these cupolas at the top that are more colonial. You've got casual columns. I think the shutters, if they're going to screw onto the building, are terrible because they're not official. I don't care if they're wood or aluminum. They're just sort of a faux attempt at something that doesn't work, and not all of your windows have them.
And they're not operable.
And they're not operable, so if they're not design honest because they don't do anything. I don't actually know that I agree that it's being clapboard sided because you've got this very wide building. When you clapboard it, it's just looking wider. Is there a shingle alternative,
Yeah.
even in your materials, that you might want to look at? So I still think we're borrowing history in certain places. We're creating a building that's not quite of its time in another. We're formal in our balcony railings, but we're casual in our cupolas at the top, and I just doesn't feel like it comes together elegantly enough for a massive building that's going in the village. And the other thing I literally don't understand is on your east elevation, you're gonna tell me it's the back of the building, but actually if you're driving down Windmill, you can look through to the back and see this probably from the back, and you can see it from the back. And here you've got not one single window in this building. You've got an entire width here with no window to, it doesn't have a window to wall ratio. It has no windows. So if I were in there, you're also taking away cross ventilation for all the end units here. And from a design standpoint for a village in the building, why would we look at this big blank wall?
That wall is on the property line.
So windows can go there.
We could put windows. We could
Yes.
certainly
Because
put
we sort
windows
of have
in. We don't know how long
wall
they'll.
ratio requirements in the village, and this.
Yeah, we
That would
may
be-
lose those windows.
That's
if there's a-
facing the parking lot behind the theater, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that parking lot then drops down to the buildings between where
Yeah,
La Caressa
yeah.
is, so you see it.
Yeah.
And I think to drive down the village and just see this massive wall of nothing.
Good point.
Times two, is just not as elegant as it could be.
Yeah, we can certainly put windows on it.
So I feel like we're still borrowing pieces, but we don't have a design language as a whole that brings it all together. I think we're borrowing history in certain places and ignoring history in others. So I would just ask that you think about, step back far enough to say, what is cohesive about this building that makes it one design that works? This is massive, that makes it work in the village and is in a language that's, it's of its time, but appropriate for a new massive building in Southampton Village.
John?
Well, I think it's a vast improvement from where we started. I like the fact that you've eliminated the breezeway, as I said. I think it changes the profile. It makes it less massive looking in general. The third floor balconies, I love how you've set those into the roof lines. It makes it kind of disappear in a good way. I agree with Mark that it would be interesting to see a shingle alternative to the finishing, and the shutters as well. I definitely not aluminum. Wooden would be an option, but if they were at least installed in a way that made it look as though they were operable somehow, I mean, that would be another possibility.
They could be that
Even
way.
the hinges.
I mean, there is easy. Yeah, they could be
Yeah.
hinged on and,
Yeah.
and attached that way.
So something like that might make it look better. But I agree with Mark that some of the detail elements, they just need to be unified in a way that is consistent throughout the property.
Yeah, I agree. The cupolas are kind of last minute thing when I had all these projections coming through. I would try to hide them.
But if they're hiding like the
Yeah,
the
no, there's a
pipes
better way to
and,
do it.
You know, that's a good thing. But maybe there's another way, another option.
Yep.
Okay. My board members have been more expressive and extensive than my comments. I picked up on one word that you said, commercial. And I think a lot of what they're saying is an attempt to make it less commercial. Yes, you're in a commercial area, but I think there are elements that have been suggested here that could make it less commercial and more appealing, since it is literally on the doorstep of the historic residential area, sits across the street from one of the more historic buildings, the Southampton Club in the village. So I think if you take what
Yeah, I
the folks here have
certainly
said,
appreciate
I
that.
think you're going to come out with a better product.
Yes, I mean, that's been our ambition all
No,
along.
and
It
you
is a
get-
large building,
Yeah.
and it's not an easy task, but
we
we're working on
recognize
it.
that, and we recognize that you're a commercial venture as well.
Mm-hmm.
But to the extent it could be less commercial and more residential, to the extent that that's possible, or at least have that, some of the elements that typify Southampton, I think that'll garner the vote. And yes, you have made progress. It's so.
Okay,
I think-
progress
Good
is
moves.
good.
I think if you would also be careful about the weight of your elements, you've got a very thin corner board on each of the elevations.
Mhm.
And then you have a larger roof rake,
Uh-huh.
and it doesn't return.
Right.
They come down. And
Yeah, yeah,
The
yeah. okay.
dreaded pork chop.
Yes.
Okay.
We learned from a contractor that he said, "Oh, you don't like the pork chops," and that's the easiest way to
Okay.
remember that you bring your roof down and your eaves, and then you make a return.
Yep.
And when you see the proportion of the return to the corner boards, I think it'll be evident.
Okay,
Those little details will make a big difference.
Okay, great.
all right.
Providing that sort of weight will help the design too.
Okay, great. And public comment? No? Okay, great. So, Jack, you've got some good suggestions to work with, at
Yep.
least I think they're good.
Yeah, I think we're getting closer, and
All right, good.
I think we'll be ready in the next meeting.
Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Second on that.
Second.
Second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll see you folks after the holidays. Have a good one.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Justin.
Okay, great. Okay, Alana Sirota, 124 Burnett Street.
I see pork chops everywhere now.
That's all I see.
Strange way I could like something.
Right now, I'm
Okay.
dreaming of a pork chop.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, when you said that, that could be nice.
Make you hungry?
Yeah, exactly. Good evening, Board. Joseph Burke and Sullivan, 41 Meeting House Lane, Southampton, for the applicant. Briefly, from the last meeting, address the board's comments from that last hearing. Revised plans were submitted. Briefly show additional parking, some dormer changes to minimize the roof profile, as well as reducing the number of windows, which were comments, again, from that last hearing. We're hoping that we've supplied plans that we can move forward with and wrap this up.
Great.
Eric
So-
Peterson is here, the architect as well.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm sorry, your first name again?
Eric.
Eric,
Peterson, yeah.
okay. So Eric, take us through the elevations focusing on the changes you made.
Right. As a reminder, previously the front dormers were what is being shown in the back right now, currently on screen. So by going through and introducing the hip dormer, which is probably more compatible with the side being clipped, I think that actually is it's more compatible stylistically, I think. And then I agree with the window changes as well. Obviously, it's one window less at each location, which is appropriate for the second floor, I think, as it moves from the first to the second. So just it's a small house, obviously. It's a modest roof line, but the hip roofs on the second floor, I do think, probably work out nicer for the front. And then for the back, given we have the existing pool house that is a gable, I feel like it does still make sense to have the gable and dormer on each side of the rear second floor, which relates, I feel, to the second to the pool house, which is being converted to a garage. So, so I don't see a problem with having the two dormers being different, and I think the front dormer, now with the hip, hopefully addresses the board's comments that were brought up last time.
Okay.
I think I was the one that had the biggest problem. I think actually making the hip took a lot of the weight out of the second floor. And then it allows you to celebrate the front door more from the front of the house, which I think is attractive.
Thank you.
You know, I won't argue, but I think actually the hip in the back would look as attractive as the gable. But but taking it down from the front of the house, I think, is also, because that's also a gentle, narrow street, and I think taking the weight away is also helping from a neighbor standpoint.
I guess, and I know I'm going out of the usual order, but why would you not, if the hip works on the front, why would you not repeat it on the back?
Yeah, to me, you could, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. I feel that the front street view, as was brought out, it reduces the mass and scale by using the hip. The rear, I feel that given that the other accessory building has a gable end, that it's going to relate.
Okay.
And they do help a little bit with mechanical, there's access with the dormer as a hip also as well, but it's the back of the house. I don't think there's really any negative, and it relates to the accessory structure. So that's where I would say that in that instance, them being different would be okay.
Yeah, your explanation makes total sense to me. But one question, I like the house and what you've done with it. The only question I have is the front of the house. It looks as though you've installed parking, the brick parking.
As of now, obviously the existing long driveway can support the amount of cars, including the converted pool house to a garage. It's obviously, though, there is a requirement within the code that you can't double stack, like you can't inconvenience more than one car. So with the additional 2 spaces, we comply. Obviously, the depth of the driveway is very long. The garage was former. So that the idea is that's mainly overflow. It's a single family house. They have 2 kids. And that's with the garage as it is right now. I widened the door just to make it a little bit more usable. Not that they would be able to really bring 2 cars in, obviously. But the idea with the front pavers would be when cars would need to jockey around, you'd have that overflow.
How many cars are you required?
4, isn't it?
One per.
Well, 3, then
2
one.
plus
I think
1 per.
right. Yeah, I think I'm at 5 right now, which I show on the.
We have a 4-bedroom house, right?
No, it's 6, but they give. I think it's 3 for
Right.
4, and then 1 additional. So I'm at 5, and it's technically a 2-car garage, but it's one larger opening, so you really can't use the 2 cars.
Yeah, but, okay.
I'm trying to figure out the
Because
math here.
as you've plotted this right now, it'll need to go back to Alex, because I think this violates code, because in village code, in order to remove a car, you can't have to move more than 1 car. Now, it's not our issue, But this ground plan, you'd have to move 2 to get out of the garage, which I think violates village code.
I think it might be, you can't move more than one, but the 2 in the garage.
But there's only 1 in the garage.
Right, there's 1 in the garage,
Yeah.
and then
It's
we
a
would
single garage
remove,
where people
we'd
park.
remove 1 car that would be in front of the garage. And that's the requirement. The garage, from my.
Garage is 1,
Right, the car in front of the garage is the one that would be inconvenienced,
yes,
and that's, the second car behind that one is the one that would be moved. So,
right, but in order to get out the car in the garage.
I don't believe that's the way it reads.
Just take.
Right, no, I understand for sure,
run it by
yeah,
the
I
village,
agree.
'cause I actually don't think that's correct, but okay.
So wait, the garage that currently exists, is a 2-car garage?
It's currently a pool house.
It's a pool house.
Currently
Yeah,
a
it's
pool
a,
house.
it was a 2-car garage.
Correct, right.
Now it's a
And
1-car
that's-
garage
and
with a
that's
pool
not
house on the
two-car
other side.
garage door, so it needs to go back in front of Alex, because I don't think that this plan as it stands, that's their issue, not ours. We're here from design, but
Yeah, and I can check with the building department. I believe, again, that
I'll say
the
that
car,
before Alex yells at me. Okay,
I believe you can stack 1 car in front of a garage if you're counting the garage as parking.
yes, and there are 2.
Well, how many spaces are proposed on the geoblock pavers?
2. So, I mean, to me, given formerly it was a garage, the length of the driveway is, I mean, it is very long. I understand how the code reads. I was hoping to check, again, I think you can have the car in front of the garage, and then the one subsequent then is the one that would have to move and jockey around. So I think the garage is kind of a land bank. I'm not 100% clear on that. I'd like to check with the building department.
Yeah, just check with Alex on that. I
Yeah.
don't think that's correct.
Okay. And again, we have the ability to modify the width, you know, to possibly pull in 2 in front of the garage, side by side. I have to check with that, but that's a question really I think I can check with Alex on to confirm.
Yeah.
But in terms of the building, the aesthetics, I understand that the off-street parking requirement, I may have to do additional site plan modifications too.
So again, maybe I'm being too simplistic. So you're building something that's capable of being a 2-car garage?
It's
No,
it's current, it's
existing.
being converted
It's
back, it's currently a pool house, it was formerly a garage.
And when it was formerly a garage, it could handle 1 or 2 cars?
It may have, I don't have the original drawings, it may have had a single,
I don't know.
yeah, so I would say that there is enough space to possibly pull a car side by side. Again, it's not super
Talk
convenient.
to Alex, I'm gonna tell you there is not. Because when you look at this garage door, what's the depth?
You mean the depth or the
The
width?
depth of the garage? Because he's saying you pull
well-
in and have to get the car over. He's saying you put 2 cars in.
Not in the garage, I'm sorry, in front of the garage. I'm saying if the way it is now, that there's enough room to pull side by side in front of the garage, not in the garage, but in
There's
front
only
of.
room for 1 car in the garage.
Well, yeah, right, and I'm not disputing that.
Yeah, you know what? Talk to Alex and just make sure that's kosher.
Correct, yeah, absolutely,
I don't
yeah,
think it
that's,
I think
all right.
the design is much improved. Thank you for listening, and
Yeah, so,
maybe let's move forward.
yeah, other than the parking
Other
issue.
than the parking issue.
Yeah, couldn't they get 2 cars in here?
No, he's
I
saying you
know.
put 2 here, which you can't, but that's an
No.
Alex problem, it's not ours.
Okay.
From a design standpoint, I think it's correct.
Okay.
We defer to Alex.
All right,
all right, thank you, board.
so let me ask if there's any public comment?
No one? You do have a hand? Okay. Hope it's not my husband.
Yeah, he's asking,
Dinner's ready.
well, where are you?
Where are you?
It's your birthday, come home.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I believe the hand up on Zoom is Ron Villano. He might be waiting for,
Oh, he's here on another application.
yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
So,
I move that we adjourn at the suggestion that the applicant review
I thought we
the-
were approving.
What's that?
We're
contingent on the
approving
parking, well, it's not our
parking
issue,
approval by the
right?
village.
Or how,
Yeah. I thought we were approving.
Is the board
really?
approving the
Okay.
geoblock in the front yard?
What's that, Alex?
Alex, we're asking you to review,
Just wanted,
we're asking you to review the parking plan to make sure it meets village standard.
Yeah, I would
it's
ask
not
the building
urgent.
inspector to look at that. I don't believe you can stack, 2 cars in front of a garage if you're counting the garage as parking.
So you'll take a look at that. So we're approving it for design and then it's
Pending.
Pending the,
pending site approval by the village plan,
Work-
by the
work
village
for you,
building
Joseph?
department.
This, I mean, so, yeah, the building inspector, if it was brought back to the building department, that's a question. I understand that there's discretion within the building department, the building inspector with off-street parking, and given the nature of the existing driveway, I would just, is it possible to work that out with him?
Well,
Yeah, that's what we're saying. We
That's what
would,
we're saying.
we would approve the design, we're approving the demolition, and it's conditioned upon you figuring out your parking.
Right.
Okay,
Very
very good. Yeah.
And I just wanted to clarify, is whether the board would be approving that geoblock paving in the front
Yes.
or not? Okay.
Yep, because you're gonna plant grass there.
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be either bluestone squares or some sort of geoblock, like he's saying.
oh.
Well,
that-
bluestone
that's different.
squares, that's different.
No, in terms of the like it would be grass infill, like whether it's, I understand there's a cement option where it's a geoblock, and I'm just wondering if there's a bluestone, instead of it being cement-based, using 4-inch square bluestone pieces.
Then it's a parking area.
Yeah,
So,
that's-
when we think, and maybe it's a matter of terminology, when we think of squares, we think of things that are gonna be invisible.
Yeah, no, that's
to
the
the
exact opposite. Yeah, with geoblock, I'm saying you still see something, but it's meant to be invisible. I'm just saying instead of being a cement product, I was curious to check to see if there
All right,
was.
so.
Oh, but you're not talking
I'll-
about blocks
I'll
of bluestone.
just tell you,
No, no,
this-
no, no,
I will
no,
just
no,
tell you
sure.
this as a homeowner,
Yeah.
bluestone collects so much heat that it will kill the grass that you put between it if it's in small areas. So
That's
just
fine.
take
Yeah.
that into
You have to use the
consideration.
geoblock product.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Geoblock product.
It is, it's a product
Yes,
that
it's a
they
product.
install.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, good. So, I
It is. I
move
love
that
it.
we
I love it.
accept the applicant's submission, stipulating that they use geoblocks in the front, which I think is on the plan, and all of which is subject to the building department approving the parking. Okay,
Second.
second by John, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
And obviously, if they don't approve it, then we'll be seeing you in January. Okay,
Oh, we're on the home stretch.
thanks, guys.
We have 3 more to go. At least that's what I see.
It says happy birthday, Sarah. Okay.
Yeah,
Did we review
yeah, yeah,
7 Gin Lane? Oh, the heck.
okay.
Did we?
Yeah.
Why does the house look different though?
So we are now, hold on, let me just.
John's having dinner, he's back.
Contingent. Yeah.
Pretzels. I saw the pretzels. It made me
At
hungry.
least you had pretzels. Thank you. We're existing on Ricola's up here, so it's okay.
Subject to.
Alrighty.
Hold on, let me just write a note.
Now you know what the room smelled like when we came in.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like,
Really?
Yeah, it smelled like old socks,
Okay.
or worse.
Okay,
That's why I kept losing.
is that what you were
Uh,
doing on your break?
all right, so, next application, Robert Kornstein, 43 Bailey Road. Demo and reconstruction.
I'm Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hello,
How are you? Thank,
Oh, do you want to say something?
I just want to say, I'm Rob Kornstein, 43 Bailey.
Hi, thanks.
Thank you for your time. You gave us great direction on our last meeting, and I'll let John and Joe take it from here.
Okay. Great.
We've been on Bailey for a long time already.
Okay, good. All right, thanks, Robert.
I just wanted to, it's John Bennett, I just wanted to talk about a couple things before Joe gets up and takes you through everything.
Okay.
Primarily, I just wanted to make sure you had the December 8th, 2022 letter in which I outlined all the changes that we've
Mhm.
made,
Yep.
1, 2, 3,
Yep.
4,
Yep.
and of course Joe will take you through them. And then after he's done, I'm just going to show you, just highlight very quickly, we did, the rear decks are always a concern, the decks are always a concern, but we did take some line of sight photos to let you know that there's not going to be impacting on the neighbors. And indeed, we have some letters from, a couple of extra letters of support from the neighbors. But
Okay.
This probably should, might as well just get right to it, though. Right,
Yep.
Would it be okay if I review it with those drawings, or do you want to?
The screen would be best. Because then that way you can speak into the microphone, be heard.
And everybody can see.
All right.
So, will they pull up the drawings?
To Jay, this
have
would
your
be
drawing?
43 Bailey Road, Cornstein.
Hi, Joseph Pajak, architect, 43 Bailey Road. Let's start with the A200, A201. So the board had some very constructive comments last time we presented. We took those and we've addressed them with these revised exterior elevations. I think I'll start with the overall massing was, I think, well received as it sort of it was contextual with one of the neighbors down the street. I believe it's number 111 on Bailey Road, 131. But there was concern that the house looked unbalanced. So what we did is we took the left side of the house over the garage, and we reduced the overall height of that by more than a foot, dropping the ridge down below the ridge height of the symmetrical sort of mass of the house, the primary massing. We also added a shed roof over the garage doors to help bring that side, again, more down to scale, which I think hopefully you agree with that. We also revisited all the windows on all elevations, and there was some concern for actually a lack of glass on the east elevation, which I think we addressed. We enlarged the windows on the east elevation, and then we just gave a more rhythm and proportion to the windows at large throughout the house. We addressed the column at the front porch that was blocking the front door. We respaced those. We also, again, with the unbalanced concern, we addressed that by adding roof details over the second floor windows on the two gable ends facing the street. You asked for a sample of the garage, or we talked about the garage door. I have a sample of the white laminated glass if you'd like to see that for the garage doors. Last time I brought the metal frame sample for the windows. I have that here. And then you also asked for a rendering, which if you want to go to the cover sheet, please. It's the first page.
A000.
A00.
Yeah, that one.
That's it.
So you asked for a rendering, so we have that in front of you. We chose a view that is as if a car is approaching the house and turning into the driveway. It does put the garage massing in the foreground, so it will appear bigger. But we feel that this view, shows the house at its in its best light. I don't have anything else. Questions?
To me, the shed dormers float rather, they look like they're levitating over the windows on, as rendered on the cover sheet. They might look better were there a lintel at the top of the windows, so that at least they connected with something.
Mhm.
Right now, you've got courses of vertical board that show, and then the shed, as I said, levitates above. So perhaps something that united those two elements would make me a little less uneasy. I don't know if anybody else
No,
feels.
it looks like they're just tacked on, kind
Yeah.
of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't think you need them. I think it would simplify the house if they just went away.
I agree.
I think, well, let's have her finish.
Sorry. Sorry, we were interrupting you.
What?
We were interrupting you, yes.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I interrupt you all the time.
Okay, birthday girl.
Sorry. No, I mean, that's the thing that I find odd.
And was the, that, over the garage, that same treatment, was that added since the original design?
Yes.
Yes.
That also seems a little unnecessary, I don't know.
Well, if it were joined onto something, it wouldn't look as odd. You know, once again, it's levitating, it's floating, neither here nor there. It's connected with the belt course, but it's not connected to the opening.
Yeah, I mean, we could add brackets or some sort of dropped, you know, a beam that would visually connect it to the house. Is it just the fact that it's flat at the bottom on the soffit is what's?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what's so odd to
Yeah,
me.
I agree.
It looks like an add-on.
Yeah. No, we can detail that so that it's
And that
more
serves more of a purpose.
architecturally
Yeah, that
correct.
serves a purpose.
Yeah. You done?
Yeah. Sorry.
First of all,
I
thank
stopped
you.
talking.
Yeah, thank you. I think realigning the window-to-wall ratio and some of the changes you made are really great. I think you don't really need those two floating
Shed
dormers on the second floor. The only thing I would argue you with is the garage doors, this whole idea that they're glass, even frosted glass, when they light up at night, when I drive up the street, because I'm seeing sort of that end of the house as I come up a very narrow street.
Mhm.
What I'm gonna see is this big, massive amount of glowing glass there. I would prefer that it be solid. I think that would be probably kinder to the neighbors. And I think right now the design door into the garage between the two and the one looks to match the design of the garage doors instead of being a door on its own.
Mhm.
So I think it would be a more obvious door if it didn't match the garage doors and maybe match the other exterior doors of the house. Other than that, I think we've come a very long way. And I like that the sort of peplum roof that you have over the garage doors, it serves a purpose because it protects a little bit from rain, especially protects the door. I just think if there was a finishing detail that connected it to the house, it would look more purposeful.
Understood.
And I agree with everyone. I think the shed dormers over the windows could go. Additional detail on that treatment over the garage doors would help, you know, make it more cohesive. And I agree with Mark about the solid garage doors. I'm not a fan of, especially in the garage, the lights are always fluorescent, bright. You know, I think a solid door would get my approval.
Or a mix between light and solid.
Right,
Yeah.
some glass.
Maybe the
Yeah,
top
yeah,
would be
nobody's
glass, yeah.
that neat.
Yes, lights at the top would be fine, just not all the
Okay.
way.
Well, there are lights at the,
Well, I think, aren't they glass panels all the way down?
yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the top row would be glass panels, the balance, or the,
Mhm.
whatever, you know.
Understood. So the garage door, the detail over the shed roof.
What's that down that has that glass garage and everything, you drive down, the whole thing's glowing at you. All right. But, you know, we're almost there, it's a handsome house.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. The line of sight drawing, you folks had a chance to look at that, and is that?
Just while you're looking, if I may, in addition to the line of sight drawings, there's a letter from the neighbor on either side saying that they've examined the line of sight.
But what
if
they move, John?
That they've examined the site.
My eyes are, I'm starting to cry, I'm so.
You're happy?
Oh my gosh.
We need to get it into the file. You want to hand it to Jeff?
We need-
You can stamp it.
Okay, so there's one there from The one I just handed you is from
You need one of these in the file?
Joyce Lee Regallan, but these were, and they were both sent to the building department. And the other one is from Mike Farron. And my client sent me that letter that was filed in the building department. But since I'm a technological idiot, I couldn't print it out. But I will represent you, and there should be a copy in the file because it was sent to the building department. It's signed by Mike Farron. It says that he's the neighbor and he's looked at the line of sight drawings and that they'll have no impact on his privacy and is in full support of the application, as did the letter from Rogaland. Those are the neighbors on either side. Good. So, maybe when I learn how to print something from certain things, I'll be able to. But I will represent you. It should be in the file because it did go. The letter from Mike Farron did go to the building department. It was an email.
Oh.
But that's the neighbor on either side who typically you would be concerned about. And then, of course, it looks back out to open space farmland. So maybe.
Okay. All right. Other board comments? No? Public comments? Charles, nothing?
Thank you, Charles.
Okay. So, a few tweaks, I think, and we're there.
Yep.
So, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn.
Right, and could I, if I may, just because the
Sure.
third time is a
Sure.
charm, a little detailing on the shed roof attachment to the house, right? Remove the shed dormers over the windows at the gate on the two gable facing sides, and the garage doors.
We think the garage doors, yep.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Great.
Thank you. Happy
So,
holidays.
again, sure.
Rob Kornstein, I'm the owner. I want to thank you for your time. I do take your advice clearly. And one more piece of advice. I really enjoy John's company, but do you think I need to bring him again?
Oh, God,
Yeah,
no.
John?
Please let him go home.
I'll bring Joe. Joe's a great guy, but we'll make all the corrections. It's a great street. It's a private, quiet street. They all know me.
Should I bring that pain in the ass?
I can put it in writing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that jovial collegial note, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting.
Second.
Second by Mark. All in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you much.
Night.
Okay. All right, let's
Now you can go have
continue
dinner,
on.
John.
Let's get these gates done.
Two gates and we're done, right? And Bella's didn't come back. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, board, we do still have Ron Volano on
Sorry, is that
Zoom.
considered a
Never
bribe? I
been-
was like,
I'm
he's
sorry?
returned for 30 for Bella's court.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's $100.
I'm sorry about that. So 30 Bellows Realty, come on in. Let's see if we can hear you this time. And thanks for waiting.
Oh, hi, board. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Apologies. I was walking from the office to the house, but
Okay, good,
I'm here.
good. Okay. So, let's see, did you introduce yourself?
Yes, Ron Volano, architect,
Okay.
for 30 Bellows. We took away 2 of the 3 chimneys. We also took all the corbels, modillions, small roof returns at ends of gables. Client would like to keep that secondary smaller gable at the front elevation.
Okay, good.
Ron, are you able to show the plan?
Yeah.
I thought we submitted, but you want me to up?
Well, let's see, do we?
Yeah, if you could go ahead
You
and
should
submit.
have it.
Yeah, we do,
We-
but if you could submit for the
Well,
public, that
the
would be
board does,
great.
but the public can't see it, so it'd be.
Gotcha.
Love your plan.
Gotcha. Okay, then to get that, where do I go on this to get that loaded on the Zoom?
Just share your screen.
Oh, share got it. Share content, got it. Give me a second here.
Sarah, do you have a tissue in your, I have so many issues, women wear
in the bathroom.
Yeah, I just need a second.
And there's a kitchen back there too.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Paper.
Oh, no,
No,
wrong.
You gotta
I
go the
gotta
other
go
way.
there, but that's just a paper towel.
Sorry.
Don't, Diane.
I'm weeping.
Yeah.
You're weeping.
One moment here. I should have that up.
Just be careful you don't trip over that.
All right.
Okay.
Do you have it? Did it load?
You on a phone?
Yes, I think we can see it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, can you zoom in?
Yeah, that's better, thank you.
Can you ask a question for me? Because you say, this is the, looks like what we have, but you say you're removing 2 of the chimneys, but the floor plan that I'm looking at dated November 30th still has the still
It was the
shows-
version, so the version after that, we had eliminated the 2 of the 3 chimneys. The only one that exists is the right elevation. That would be in the family room.
But you're,
But what I'm saying is the plans that you have submitted still show 3 chimneys on the cover,
on the plot plan?
on the plot plan?
Actually, all right, then that's just an error on the plot plan, but
Okay.
the intent is eliminating that. The most,
Can I just ask you a question about that? I think something may have been lost in translation because you weren't in the last meeting. We didn't object to the numbers of chimneys. What we objected to was the design of the chimney. Was that what was communicated to you? And did you value engineer these chimneys out, or did you do that thinking that you were pleasing us?
well, yes, it was homeowner wanted to value engineer, cut
Okay.
costs.
All right, thank
And then we took the chimney pots and did the, like bluestone caps instead.
you. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we weren't taking something off the house that you.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I thought, yeah, okay, yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
But the plot plan is still wrong.
Yeah, the plot plan is still wrong, so we'll have to have corrected paperwork.
Yeah, that's fine.
And which elevation of the gables on you're discussing?
Front elevation.
And the front is
A40.
directionally,
Okay.
Can you give us a cardinal point on the front elevation, please?
Yeah, so it'd be a top left portion where there's the double window to the left of it, and then the smaller gable within the larger gable.
No, I mean, north, south, east, west.
Oh, it's west.
front elevation is west, okay.
Ron, I have plans dated 12/7. Are those the most recent plans? Because I think what we have visually looks different from what you have.
Yeah, because here on the board, we have plans dated November 30th.
Okay, yeah, the latest set has that smaller gable. The one that you're looking at has one single.
On the west elevation,
What I just uploaded has the double at the
Yeah.
west front elevation.
yeah, that's,
Well, those can't be the
That's-
current plans, because those are the wrong chimneys. There's 3 of them that can't be current.
That's not, yeah, that's.
No,
not-
that's the original plan.
They might have still had them. All right, let me try to reload this up. What I'm looking at must be different. Hold on one. Share. Let me stop sharing this one.
Okay.
also, let me go to the file. We actually have physically.
Share content.
Ones I have are 8/12. What do you have?
I have November 30. What do
I have
you-
November 30.
No, I don't even have that. It's all right. I'll follow
I have
along.
November 9th, and I have September 20th, and I have November 30.
I'll follow the bouncing ball.
What I don't have is any plan that's actually correct.
Okay, let's see what we have.
Let me see here.
That says November 30th, this is November 30th, so. Yeah, so what,
07.
You and I had.
Right. Well, but that's the only thing that's in the file.
I know.
Okay, the plans that I have, the plans that we have still match what we're looking at from November 30th to still show 3 chimneys on the plot plan. They do not show what you're talking about, which is the extra gable over the front door, which is probably good. So there's confusion here, and none of this matches, so I think we're gonna have to adjourn to the next meeting until we all are looking at the same thing. Because it's too late at night for us to be looking around to figure out we're playing now, where's Waldo here?
Waldo's dead.
I mean, for the record, I would tell you the cleaned up chimney looks better than where we were.
Yeah, that's the, the good news is what we're looking at, Mark is saying is,
But that double return
good.
gable is sort of, no, but.
yeah.
But the cleaned up chimney and only one of them is a vast improvement.
Mm-hmm.
Ron, you're on mute if you're speaking.
Okay, can I move that we adjourn? I move that we adjourn this until the meeting, until proper plans are presented.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
And we'll do it the first week of January.
All right, Ron?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm looking to decide for some of these plans.
No,
At
I'm
11.
with you. Okay,
Yeah, it's like,
so now, driveway gates.
Yeah.
You're a patient, patient man. Okay, Belinda Reingold, driveway gates, 48 Harvest Lane.
I think that's also
I
him.
don't know if they're here. What's that?
I think it's Ron Villano.
Ron?
he needs to stop sharing.
Yeah.
I can do that.
All right.
Ron is still on. It looks like his video may have frozen.
Why don't we hear the next one?
All right, so here we go. Driveway gates, Belinda Reingold, 48 Harvest Lane. Are they here or in the ether?
No, it's Ron Villano, and he's frozen. So why don't we hear from Christopher Brady?
Good, who's here?
Who's here?
Yeah.
I was watching on home too.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
all
that was
right.
nice. So you got dinner before you came here. Good boy.
That's what.
I knew if I ate and I sat
Yeah.
down, I'd fall asleep.
Just caffeine.
All right,
If you just want to introduce yourself.
Sure, I'm Chris Brady, 121 Moses. I know they submitted plans, I have it on my phone, but it's basically the other gate that I looked at before and we shrunk the proportions down to meet the 4.5 feet. The actual posts are 4.5 feet and then it kind of starts lower down and goes up to the top a couple inches, but it's overall 4.5 feet
right.
average.
Could we just get that up on the screen? Because I don't.
There it is.
I
There
have
it
in
is.
my package.
I have it.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've lowered it down. This-
Yeah.
That is the new one,
That-
yep, that's the 4.5
4.6.
foot.
The rail now starts at
Yeah.
about 4.2. The top of it's at 5, but it's under 4.6
Right,
here. So the
gotcha.
aggregate height is under the 4.6,
Right.
which is what I think they're going for, because
Yeah.
they
Right.
wanted some curve and not a straight gate.
And
your the man who drew this still didn't put the material.
Oh, no.
It's all right, tell us what it is.
I think it's cedar. I think it's definitely a hardwood.
It just
I
says
know I wouldn't have
post.
done yeah. Or some plastic.
all right, so wood. we're
Yeah,
gonna put
it's, I
down
believe it's cedar. I think that's what I asked.
cedar. Okay, we're gonna put down cedar.
Which is a gatewood, I think.
Curtis?
And did you do a mock-up or you say?
No, I actually, I went out to look at it to try to see if I could block the view into my living room.
Uh-huh.
And to do the side would have had to been like 6 feet, and then you would have had to, you could have stepped over the middle. So
Yeah,
it was a big smiley face, though. It looked very happy.
So, Chris, in relation, we know from the road you mentioned last time, I think it's gonna be 18 feet back.
Yeah,
required. How many feet back from the picket fence will it be?
I would have to guess on that.
Well,
the
no,
picket
guessing is
fence-
okay, in this case.
It's a walk. I think the picket fence 6 feet back of
So
grass.
where
do
the
you think?
driveway sort of,
Where the driveway comes in and kind of ends
Then
with
it
the city, and
expands.
then there's drop back a little bit because I've got some bushes there.
right,
Then there's a picket, Then behind that, there's actually walkable space
Right.
between that and the hedge, and then it will be behind the hedge,
So
so
it's about 24 feet off the road?
probably, yeah,
Okay.
it goes
Well,
back
they
there.
said it's 18 feet off.
I think it's
18
18, there's
plus,
two
plus.
different, yeah, there's
Plus,
two
yeah.
different.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
measurements.
See, if he said in, starting at 18 and then he sets in farther, now we're at like 24 off. the road.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what we need, I think your driveway gate guy is Michael, is that
Yeah,
correct?
mhm.
And I don't know, is there a site plan?
Yeah, there was in the
There was
first
in the
submission, there's a
original.
site plan
There's a
mark
site
where it
plan,
goes.
yeah, kind of.
Okay.
Do I have it? I might have it.
That I don't
40
have.
Harvest, right?
No, this is,
48 Harvest?
no,
Oh, this is
this
Moses.
is 121 Moses.
121 Moses,
I
yeah.
might-
Actually,
hang
I
on.
might have it here, let me
I
see.
still think I
Let me see, 121 Moses. I don't have it here, but let me just check in the file. Hold on, let me go to my other office.
Sorry.
might have it. On Sarah's birthday.
I used to have it, but Google got rid of my 6 months of my mail this morning. I
Oh,
went to look for it, and I'm going, there's nothing since June, and I'm hoping it will take care of itself. Because there's a lot of mail in there.
There's probably,
And I
if you
don't,
want it, that'll be another $100.
it's all right, I'd have to pay it.
It's in the cloud somewhere.
It's gotta be somewhere, right?
They do
Hostage.
that. They do that.
What?
You should have told me it was your birthday.
Why?
So I said happy birthday. I would have known why you get your haircut.
Yeah,
Let's see.
We rode around the car all that time.
because she's
Why don't you take a
in
peek at
town.
this? Is it on there?
Here we are. Here's Moses. Yeah, see, 'cause he's,
Okay.
yeah, there's your 18, and he's got Woodgate, but he's going back about, it'll be about 20,
Okay.
it's 24
Yeah,
off
no,
the street.
and I know the property, so, okay, yeah, okay.
Good.
All right.
All right. So, and no external mechanism to?
No,
open it?
no, it's just a
Okay.
wood gate, yeah, I don't know why that ever got
John.
filed.
It's not an automatic gate?
Yeah. No, no.
It's a mechanical?
No, I ran out of money. It's the last thing I'm doing. I said, oh, I don't need that.
So, let me ask if there's any public comment.
Better not.
Okay. So then, I move that we accept the applicant's submission for driveway gates. Second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
It's my
you.
pleasure. Now I
Thank
know
you.
that you're on TV every Monday.
Yeah,
Thank
tune
you.
in.
And by the way, what are you,
Last but
what
not
are you
least, is the
reading,
other
or
guy
do we?
here.
This is Jack Reacher. Do you ever read
Oh, all his, yeah, those are all good.
Yeah, he's writing with his son now. I've been reading him since my mother gave it to me. Like, boy, you read this guy, and
He's
There
great.
you go.
25th,
All right, good.
I think those are
Well,
great.
anytime you want to read a book, come in and.
You've been very nice.
All right, so the
Thank
last
you.
applicant coming
Thank
in is 48 Harvest.
48 Harvest, if they're,
Okay.
oh, okay.
Are they back or are they still frozen?
Is Ron Volano on?
His hand is currently raised.
Okay. And we're going. Well, fairly painless. Of course, this helped a little bit.
Hey,
Now that I'm
Ron.
like, zzz.
Hey, guys.
Good. All right, you're a little sideways, but,
Okay.
All right, so we, Ron Milano Architect, we reduced the gate down to 7 feet, removed the light sconces and the gooseneck keypad.
I think you, oh, wait a second. I think you reduced it. Okay, here we go.
Sleeping on the job.
Andrew Sideways. I love that movie.
Me too.
I had it earlier, now I can't find it.
The last one.
Yeah,
Here it is, I
Oh,
have it.
you did everything.
I mean, I have one. I don't have yours, but I have one.
What's the height now?
7?
Here you go.
You took it. A lot of the street numbers went away.
Yes,
Yeah, I
the
did-
street numbers are only on one
Yeah,
pier.
on one
Yeah.
pier, and I looked at it earlier today.
That's
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine to me, the height. And the height matches the driveway gates to the east, to the left?
No, you guys had requested that we be lower, because you didn't like the 8-foot
Oh,
height.
right,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I knew there was something there, just testing.
And do we have a problem with the backlit house number?
It's a very dark, 170-foot deep flag lot.
Just asking.
Yeah.
I don't actually.
I
so
don't,
no,
I'm
yeah.
just,
That's a good question. John?
No, that's fine.
No.
good. I'm just
Okay.
reading.
So,
Okay, we did everything we asked.
any public comment? Nope. So I move that we accept and approve the application of Belinda Reingold at 48 Harvest Lane for driveway gates as submitted. Second by John, all in favor?
Aye. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Happy holidays.
Okay, great. We're going to continue on the landmark designation regarding 209 Windmill Lane. I've yet to contact them, so that's on my agenda. We have 2023 calendar. Alex, anything that we need to discuss on that?
Wasn't there something?
Well, we
you wanted to
scheduled
talk-
the meetings just as far as February, but if the board has had the chance to look at the rest of the 2023 calendar, it would help us to plan ahead. Believe it or not, soon we're going to be scheduling applications for February. So I think I shared that with the board. There's 2 conflicts that we know of, which is Memorial Day and Christmas, where we cannot have meetings, because the building will be closed, as much as I know you'd all love to be here on Christmas Day. And then Yom Kippur was the other potential conflict, where the building will be open, but it's up to the board whether we want to try and reschedule those meetings or just have one meeting a month.
Well,
I
go
thought we
ahead.
discussed last time that we were gonna reschedule the 2 meetings, the Yom Kippur and the, what was the other one?
Memorial Day?
And Memorial Day, and cancel the meeting and only have 1 meeting in December. So we talked about this in the last meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were gonna try to see if Wednesday was available those 2 weeks, depending on what the calendar is for the videographers.
Okay, I could look into that. So that would
Yeah.
be a revised meeting for May and for September, and then it'd be 1 meeting in December.
Exactly.
Okay.
And you'll check your schedules ahead
Oh.
of time?
We went through and checked for holidays.
Yep.
Yep.
So, yep.
Okay, sounds like a wrap to me.
I have a question. So on the movie theater landmarking.
Oh, yes,
Sally's report really talks about the facade.
yes.
So I wanted to know if we were landmarking the whole building.
You mean the interior?
No. I'm not talking about the interior. We have no purview over the interior. But, the
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 whole-
bulk
the
of the
whole-
building is,
Yeah, it's a big building. It has 4 sides.
doesn't seem to be historic based on what I've read. But, maybe I'm missing something, so I wanted to.
How much of the theater was the building when it was originally built? Or was,
Well, what I'm wondering is if the board needs to reopen the record of that for us to have some more findings on what exactly we're landmarking.
right,
So the question becomes.
Alice, would it make sense to landmark the building, the site, since the sites are generally landmarked, and then it's clear that the historic aspects are the facade? Kind of like how you've done buildings and it contributing.
The question
Yeah,
becomes is, if we landmark the building, that means nothing can change in the building.
Right.
So if somebody came and
No,
wanted to open.
it just means anything that changes needs to get a certificate of appropriateness.
So if
Yeah.
somebody wanted to open side doors or back doors in the building.
Then it would
they'd
be
have
up to
come in
the
front of
board
somebody.
Yeah.
Right.
as a COA.
But if it's just a facade, that means someone could actually lop off the entire building and just keep the facade for whatever purpose, which is
Yeah,
not,
that happens.
Well, I'd say
Yes.
landmark the building.
yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay,
So-
all right, then that's enough information for me to complete. It's probably not gonna change what I wrote, so
okay.
I'll take another look at it. I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page because Sally's report really focused on the facade and I
Yeah,
wanted to make
and
sure.
I assumed quite honestly that we were landmarking
yeah.
the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
But
I did
it's a
too,
distinction, though.
which is
It's-
why I didn't ask it first, but
Yeah.
then when I took a closer look, I had some questions. So
Okay.
that's enough for me.
Great, okay.
Perfecto.
And I'll add one other thing, and we'll do it next meeting now. but we want to talk about instigating a policy where we limit the amount of,
Oh, yeah.
of new projects we take.
Well,
We can
we
vote on
actually-
that verbally tonight. Sorry, Alex, I cut you off.
No, it's just, we do need to discuss it because we took in 15 applications for January 9th and we need to know how we're writing up the notice for that.
Okay, so we had discussed limiting it to 10 new applications.
3 historic and 7 non-historic.
3 historic and 7 non-historic.
Mhm.
You know, the bulk of the meeting tonight was discussing all those new historic matters. So,
Works for me.
and we can reevaluate it. I can draft
Yeah.
a resolution, but for now, I think you should vote on that policy.
Okay.
Vote now or after
Yes,
you draft it?
yes, you should
Oh.
vote now orally
I
on
move
that.
we accept a policy where we limit to 3 historic and 7 new projects every meeting.
And I will happily, and I'm, second that.
All in
So are we
favor?
gonna take in 3 applications in the historic district?
Yes,
Yeah, let's finish this vote.
3 in the historic, 7 non-historic.
So
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Good. And Mark made the comment, which is the message needs to get out that people should submit their
Prepare.
applications well in advance so that
They get on.
Alex, as yours, and to Jay and whoever else is administrating this, queue people up accordingly and.
I got one more. I had
Well,
circulated
actually-
the checklist, and Alex and I had worked on that, and we're hoping you would adopt that as well.
Yes, seconded,
Okay.
approved.
What's that?
Or just has everybody read it to make sure, because you looked at
It doesn't matter.
it. It does matter.
You looked at it, Sarah.
Yeah.
You looked at it, you commented on it, you
Yes.
liked
Oh,
it.
okay,
Okay, then I think we should adopt the new checklist, and then we should
Okay.
make it
Yeah.
public.
good.
Okay.
I'll second
Sounds
that.
good? All in,
I move we accept the
all in
checklist.
favor? Aye?
Second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Great.
And then I have one more thing.
Yes.
No more.
No more,
In
it's Sarah's
in
birthday.
response, Jeff, to what you said, we need the applicants to be able to present their own applications, especially if there's different versions of plans floating around. We don't want someone to say that the building department showed the wrong plans and that's why things got approved the way they were.
When you provide affidavits, can you provide them instructions that they need to do that?
We've reminded everyone that they need to be prepared to present their own plans. I've sent out links on how to do it, and I've told them that they should not rely on staff to present on their behalf, and people are still showing up without being able to present their plans.
Then
So
we
until
should
we can
think-
get that camera fixed and they can roll out their plans on the big table like they're used to, we need the board to say, if you're not prepared,
You don't get
then
to show.
you need to come back when you're prepared.
Oh, we're happy to do that.
Yeah.
Can you
The
add
same
it to
way
the
we're gonna tell
agenda?
The same way we're gonna tell people the files are
Yeah.
incomplete, we're not gonna review them.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And
That
we're
makes
happy to
sense.
help them out if there's legitimate, technical problems, but, it's not a good use of today's time to be screen
No.
sharing for people when it's their responsibility to present to the board.
Yeah, yeah.
And
No,
while we're,
And you're too old is not an excuse.
yeah,
No, or that it's above your pay grade, which is silly, because we should be billing these people for all the hours that TJ is helping them out.
All right, we're
Okay.
in public here.
We're gonna wrap up.
So,
just one more question about unresolved sign issues that are outstanding. Who should those be addressed with? I mean, case in point, the
Historical Society.
well, that for one, but what's the spa, salon
Oh,
spa
that's
on
still there.
Hampton Road?
it's still public.
That's fine with
Okay,
me,
I just
but
want to make sure that
they're,
we're not discussing applications.
no, this is,
specifically.
I'll bring it up with you later, but it needs to be resolved. We've been pushed off for at least 6 months now, that the owner has been
On vacation.
on vacation, deaths in families, daughters getting married. It needs to be resolved. It's the flashing barber pole and the oversized sign that has been, a formal complaint has been submitted and unresolved.
Okay.
Okay, I think we
Move to
should,
close.
yeah, I think we should close the meeting. Thank you, everyone. I
Thank
move
you
that we
all.
close this meeting of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, December 12th at around 10:55. So,
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Great,
Aye.
thank you.